And we thank you, Pastor Mathebula, for getting things kick-started on the perfect foot and blessing the proceedings this morning. That's right, the hashtag for this, the inaugural Women in Sport conversation, heralded by the South African Football Association, is It's Up to Me. So we encourage you to please go on social media, talk about the wonderful discussions that we'll be having today and this great event. It's up to me, so don't switch off your mobile phones, just put them on silent, please, so that you can hear everything that is about to take place. So let's just once again put paid to the reason why it is that we are all here under the auspices of the South African Football Association. The Vice President at SAFA is none other than Ms. Ria Lidwaba. She'll come up here to welcome us on behalf of our gracious hosts.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very excited. I'm very excited this morning. And it is with great pleasure to welcome all of you on behalf of our President, Dr. Danny Jordaan. Why are we here this morning? What are we doing here this morning? The purpose is very simple. We have gathered a group of people in sports, men and women in sports, influential business women, government, federations, corporates, and media to come together. Are we supposed to hear myself? Is there sabotage of some kind? Can I continue? We have brought together a team of people, leading men and women in sports, influential business women, government, universities, federations, corporate, and media together to share ideas, to learn from each other the issues pertaining to women's development in this country. We all know the importance of having a sponsor in a sports organization. We have put together a panel of people with wealth of experience to have an open discussion, to share with us their insight and development of women's sports and challenges that we face every day. The panel will touch on the status of women's sports with focus to football, the role of SASCOC, COSAFA, CAF, FIFA, sponsorship, the role of media, the role of university in women's sport, the role of government. The theme of today is hashtag It's Up to Me. What does it mean? It means simply, me, it's up to me. It's up to you. It's up to all of us to stand up and take a personal responsibility for the development of women's sport in this country. Dr. J, my president, the women in football are indebted to you because you have kept your promise to ensure that women's football is prioritized in SAFA. We have seen women football rise. We have seen women's football rise to new heights, even going to the final of AFCON in Nigeria, in Ghana against Nigeria. Remember Nigeria? They are no more a threat. We beat them there. Before we went to the final, we actually beat Nigeria. We also, for the very, very, very first time, qualified for the FIFA World Cup in France. Some of you were there. Remember the first game against Spain? We actually scored the first goal, if you remember. And then you know that system they call VAR? That system that tells the referee what to do? Then it told the referee what to do against South Africa. The rest is history. And we just recently retained the COSAFA trophy, meaning we have won that trophy so that we can keep it in South Africa. So that COSAFA trophy now belongs to South Africa. I think we must capitalize. We must capitalize on the good work that Desiree Ellis and the girls achieved this year. This achievement give that little girl in Khayelitsha hope that she too, at some point, she can be like Thembi Kgatlana and play against the superstars of the world. All this great achievement I'm talking about were made possible through more than 10 years of support from the only company that stood up when we went around the country to look for sponsorship. In 10 years, they stood behind all this achievement that we are talking about. I'm talking about Sasol. We must give Sasol a round of applause. The achievement that you are seeing, the going to the final of the AFCON, going for the World Cup, the first World Cup, it is nothing but through the support that we got from Sasol. Charlotte, thank you very much for your support. You see, we have a senior deputy president of Sasol. She's a woman. You know, that's why the support of women. So we must have more women executives in those companies. I trust, Charlotte, that Sasol will continue to support the 144. I'm sure some of you are not aware that the support from Sasol is for the 144 teams that are playing countrywide in the Sasol League. And they're also supporting Banyana Banyana. That is why we were in the World Cup. We are excited. Today is a historic day. Very exciting. Finally, that newly established National League is kicking off this weekend. Can you believe it? We have been talking about it. People did not believe us. I read an article saying my guess is as well as yours whether this league is ever going to kick off. This weekend, the 24th and the 25th in Soweto, the Nike Center, starting at 10 o'clock, our 12 teams league will be playing at that center, and we trust that the community of Soweto will go out there in their numbers to go and see the type of football that we have seen when Banyana Banyana beat Nigeria, when Banyana Banyana went to the final, when they were in the World Cup for the first time. We have a structure of 12 teams. Some of you might be asking why 12 teams? The league should be 16 teams. We were very careful in our preparation that we don't collapse this league at some point. We must be able to start with 12 teams, and we would not have any relegation. The next year we'll have the Sasol League still playing, going to the playoffs. The top team that goes to the final will be promoted to the league. We'll have 14, and in 2022 we'll finally have 16 league team, and by then we will start doing the normal thing of football, which is relegation and promotion. So this is the purpose why we are here, is basically to hear, to learn. When we get into this league, we know what we are up to. We have a man all the way from Spain. He is the head of women's football in Spain. He's going to tell us exactly how they did it 3 years ago. All the teams in the Premier League in Spain, they have women's teams. So he will give us guidance how, Jessica, we are going to try and have the Chiefs team there playing. So we are excited, and I know that in this room we have people, men and women of authority. And I'm going to touch on one or two of them. And I will start with the president of Netball. I'm going to take off the head of the president of Netball and put the head of a leader of a sporting department in a municipality, in Polokwane municipality. And I'm going to say to Cecilia, there's a team in her municipality in that league. A team that comes from Limpopo, it's in Polokwane. So I know she has got the budget. Just with proper documents. We're not going to bring documents that will have commission of inquiries. We're just asking you, my dear sister, to scratch here and there and assist the team so that they can be able to travel to other provinces, because each and every province will host an event at least once. My MEC, Thandi, you are here. We have spoken, me and you. I was in your office. You have given me guarantee that not only the league, you will also make sure that at the academy, there are girls from Limpopo. I said to you, we cannot afford in Limpopo not to have girls at the HPC. And I said to you, 80% of the girls that are playing in the national team come from the HPC. So it means you would not have a representation. So she has agreed that she's going to make a plan so that we are able to do that. I'm not going to talk to Sasol, because Sasol have done much. I know Charlotte, she's going to do more than what she's doing right now. Petro, we have spoken on telephonically. He gave me a guarantee. In fact, this morning he said to me, the ball is in your court. We can have exchange programs where bring those exchange programs with your girls so that we can be able to show them how it is done in Spain. The next World Cup, I can promise without any fear of doubt, Petro, that watch South Africa. Desiree is here. She knows that she can do it. So we trust that because we are one of the bidding countries. There are 9 countries that are bidding for the World Cup 2023. Imagine, all these years, it was only one country saying, I will take it. Guess what? They've seen what they've seen in France. You have seen that the stadium was packed with men, not women, men who saw exciting type of football that the girls are playing. So we are beating. We are one of the 9 countries that are beating. We know we have got netball coming here in 2023. It will be nice to also have football coming to South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lidwaba, for those wonderful words, for welcoming us here and talking about the importance and significance of this particular conversation. This is her brainchild, so she's extremely grateful to all of you for turning up and to see her vision reach a fruition. I think it's a very, very big moment for Ms. Lidwaba and the team at the South African Football Association. There are so many individuals all over the world that wanted to be a part of this conversation, and because of other commitments and they're in other parts of the world, they decided to showcase their support, though, for what is going to be happening here today via some video messages from them. So let's hear from some of these individuals.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anthony Buffo, the Deputy General Secretary in charge of football and development. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate SAFA, the South African Football Association, for such a great initiative. Under the theme, it's up to me, Women in Sports Conversation. A lot of interested people, stakeholders are going to come together for a breakfast meeting to elaborate about women football. South Africa also, as part of the policy, very, very soon after this event, they're going to launch the new National Women's Nations League. Yes, Banyana already is doing very, very well, and South Africa generally with School Football Association is on the right path. We, on behalf of CAF, we want to support you with everything we can do. And just remember, at the last Women's Football Symposium, one of the recommendations was to establish a Women's Champions League. We are working very, very hard on this, and I believe also our representative from CAF, Jacqueline Getzer, who's of the Women Football Organizing Committee, will share some ideas with you on the panel. Once again, I want to wish you well, and I can only recommend you for what you're doing. Please, all the stakeholders, support women in sports. And one last thing, I should not forget this fantastic breakfast panel, which is going to happen, that all is possible. Just see what Stephanie Frappart did. Unique. She wrote history as the first lady to officiate the Super Cup finals between Liverpool and Chelsea. So, I'm throwing it back to you.
Good day, everyone. I'm Emma Hendricks, NEC member of SAFA, and also the chairperson of women's football in South Africa. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it because of work-related issues. Ladies and gentlemen, even a glance of the program for today, you will have noted that all our panelists and speakers are women. In South Africa, we are celebrating Women's Month because our government realized that we are equal partners in building a beautiful country. So as we gather here today, let us use this platform to discuss the state of women in sport, and let us put heads together to compare the type of support for women in the different sporting codes. Every girl child must afford the opportunities that a boy child in this country will normally receive. And the discussion today must be able to come with best modalities to achieve this goal. We are also very excited for the starting of the National Women's League, a historical moment for South African football. We know that this league will create a lot of opportunities for all the girls in South Africa. We truly appreciate the presence, and we trust that you will enjoy the rest of the day with us. Thank you very much.
I'm very excited that the National League is finally kicking off this month. It's a step closer to where we want to be. It's been a good Women's Month with both Banyana and Basetsana getting gold and bronze respectively at the recent COSAFA Cup. And to end off Women's Month with the launch and the commencement of the National League. It will be good for scouting for all national teams where games will be played at one venue. And I'm very excited for the future where finally all the best players will be playing in the National League.
Hi everyone, unfortunately I'm not able to make the event today. I would have loved to be part of the discussions and the excitement that's going to build for the Women's National League. As a player, I'm extremely excited that something has finally been put in place for women's footballers in our country. A long time coming. I've been there for many years, and I think every year, there's always talks about a national league, a professional league for women, and it just never happened. And I think, Sis Ria, thanks to you and many others that have stuck and fought for female footballers in our country, you have finally got it right. So thank you so, so much. And everyone that's contributed to this league, I think it's going to be a massive success. It's going to be highly competitive once all the best teams are competing against each other. And it's a step in the right direction, I feel, for us female footballers in the country, and it can only make the national team better. It can develop more players, talent will come through, and younger girls can really count themselves lucky, because it's been a very long time that we've waited for a national league like this to be put in place. So they are really lucky that they can work towards something now by playing in a well-structured league and travel to different provinces and really get the feel of that professionalism within the team. So well done to everyone that's contributed. I can't wait for the league to kick off, and all the best to the teams and the coaches as well as all the players.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I'm escorted back to Limpopo, I stay in Gauteng now. I'm here to say this league is happening in Soweto at the Nike Center, and is hosted by the youngest MEC of sports in Gauteng. She's sitting right here, Ms. Mbali Tlhophe. And I must say that they were the first to come on board when they heard that we have women's football and a league that we are going to start. They were the first to say, if you don't have money, Safa, we'll host for you 4 times. But I knew Limpopo will host it more than once also. Mbali, thank you very much, and I know you have been knocking at our doors. You want to know more about what we are doing in women's football. We are still coming to you with the overall proposal of what we are doing in this year, so that we don't come to you when there is an event in Gauteng. We must give you our program that we have in the association for the whole year. But I want to thank you very much for taking the responsibility and saying, let them come and start in my province and let them see how we do it. That is why even this breakfast is not anywhere else. It is in Gauteng. Thank you very much.
That's right. We're in the home of champions. Gauteng is a province that always sets the standard and is always one of the first provinces to raise their hands to say, listen, we are going to lead by example. That's why we've got the SAFA National Women's League kicking off, of course, as Osria rightfully said, here in Gauteng this weekend. And we'll be hearing a little bit more about their support as well moving forward very, very shortly. So this Women in Sport conversation happening under the auspices of the South African Football Association, and it's one that the president himself firmly believes in, and that's why I was fully behind the organization of such. He knows how important it is that the National Women's Football League finally gets underway this weekend. He'll tell us a little bit about this and his commitment to women's football and the vision and how it ties in with the overall vision at SAFA. Ladies and gentlemen, the president of the South African Football Association, Dr. Danny Jordaan.
Good morning to all of you. One thing you must know, and I will show you, that South African football, throughout its history, its origin, is a male-dominated organization. And so what we've achieved and set out in our Vision 2022 is to change, understanding that the majority of our nation are women, understanding that the majority of this nation are below the age of 21, are young people, and in any development country, that is the demographic. And therefore, SAFA had, through Vision 2022, repositioned South African football and the role and place of women and the structures of women football. If only I will quickly run through a few of the slides just to set out where we are. When we got elected, set out a blueprint for the next 8 years, which is captured in Vision 2022. Phase 1 was the period from 2014 to 2019, and we are now, in fact, in Phase 2. So what I want to show you quickly is what are the achievements in the first phase of Vision 2022. And I think you will be amazed at the successes, probably the most successful executive of South African football in entire history of South African football, and I will show you why. And then the second phase, Phase 2, 2019 to 2022, in fact, for women football, it goes to 2023. And those are the targets, the number of coaches that we must train. And it is a simple question that the most successful federations in world football, like Germany, like Spain, has a ratio between coach and players of one highly qualified coach for 20 players. It's like education. If you have one highly qualified teacher for a class of 20, you're going to get quality. If you have one badly trained teacher for a class of 200, you're going to have problems. And that was the state of South African football. And that's why we said we must not just train 100,000 coaches. They must not stop at the entry level of the coaching qualification. We have to get coaches into A license, and many of them have now reached that. We trained already 35,000, and many of them are women coaches. And we also took a decision that as soon as any woman coach reach A license, we're going to appoint that coach to head all of our national teams. And as we speak today to you, under 17 as a woman coach, it means that that coach has an A license. Under 20 as a woman coach, it means that coach has an A license. And Banyana as a woman coach. And also the assistants. So we had to not just train, but place for further experience. We want 1 million women footballers by 2022. And we currently have 456,000 active women coaches. We want a National Women's League, and it's going to be kicked off. And we want women in decision-making positions in South African football. Those are the issues that we set out already in 2013 as to why we want to see progress on the women's side. These figures will show you, and this was the research done by BMI, and you will see in 2016 already, they indicated there's 435,000 women footballers in this country. So these are not numbers that we just put on a slide. It's based on research. And also the number of young women footballers, over 200,000. That is the Congress of SAFA. So very often you think, no, that president decides alone or Ria decides alone. you can see that Congress of more than 300 delegates. They take the decisions. They are the authority. And some of the presidents who sit there are here. So the first thing we said to them is that we need to change our constitution to provide for a woman to be a vice president. Of course, they argued, no, you are tampering with democracy. We can vote for a woman as a vice president, as part of a democratic outcome. And I said, can you see that, Congress? Can you see that, Congress? You had 300 years to vote for a woman as a vice president, and you have not done it. So the only way to ensure that we're going to have a woman vice president is actually put it in the Constitution. And if you want to vote, it's no problem, then put it in the Constitution, then your problem is solved. And the women can then, of course, they can compete for president or any other thing, but let's start here. And you'll see how they voted. I think you can see that they all agreed. Oh, yes, you must applaud the men for changing the Constitution. And there we have Emma Hendricks, who just spoke, of the 52 regions. She's the president of all football in her area. Now, one thing you must note, this is the most rural of our regions. In Uppington, in Meer, and Kakamas, and Kemus, and those areas. And she is the president. The other woman who's a president from the region is in Thabo Mafutsinyane, the Quaker, Eleanor the Quaker. Again, it's a rural area. And so you will think that it is the urban centers that will move first to vote for a woman to lead them, because it leads all of football, men, women, schools, all football, led by these two women in their regions. No, it is the rural areas who led the way in terms of voting for women as their president in their regions. But we did not stop there. We said on the national executive, now we have Ria Ludwaba, who is vice president. We have Natasha Chiklas. We have Emma Hendricks. We have Batlabile Msomi. And we have Matu Madlala, who represent the PSL there. So those are the women on the national executive. And in our 52 regions, as I've indicated, we have 2 of the regions having women as presidents, but every other region, also we put in the Constitution, must be a vice president. So there is one vice president in every one of our 52 regions, and in the LFAs. The women are there. In our committees, there are women, and 2 of our committees are chaired by women. That's the investment in women's football, 2016-17, 2018, and you can see where the money comes from. It comes from the Legacy Trust, and it comes from Sasol and Burger King. No other corporate in this country has contributed to women's football. We also remember those women who are part of the struggle, of not just the women's struggle, but the overall struggle in this country. And so we celebrated this year the Albertina Sisulu Centenary Challenge and the Winnie Mandela Challenge. Of course, we have been since 1994 celebrating the Nelson Mandela Challenge. And I think we are the only sports organization in this country that remembers these heroes of our nation. Important issue, question of education. There's a list of current and former Banyana players and their qualification. All of them graduates, some of them still studying. So it's not just about looking at getting better players, better educated players, because it has also been proven that if you have a team of graduates, they perform better, they cope better with stress, and in fact, those teams that won World Cups had the majority of their players graduates. So if we want to win the World Cup, we have to keep an eye on education, and therefore it's important. And I think there's one former player who's I met there, who's part of coming through the HPC, going to university, and now working professional. We had one player, in fact, who retired to say, no, I can't play for Banyana anymore, it's bad for my business. He's got a business degree, a BCom, and said, no, my business is doing so well. I cannot make up my money if I play for Banyana, so I'm retiring. And it's unfortunate structure of the economics around women football. That is the success of our teams in this phase one, from 2014 to 2019. The under-17 team went to the Chile, the under-20 to 2 consecutive under-20 World Cups. The under-17 women went to the World Cup in Uruguay, and of course, Banyana went to the World Cup for the first time in 2019. As far as CAF competitions are concerned, we were the finalists under-17, under-20 qualified, and we had third place in 2015, 17, 19. Banyana was in the semi-final 2015, 17, and the finalist in 2019. And Bafana went back to quarterfinals this year in AFCON. Now, go and compare any period of South African football history with this period. It's never been better than what we've achieved through Vision 2022. That is the COSAFA Cup, COSAFA competition. Banyana has absolutely dominated the COSAFA Cup. Won it 6 times, and 3 consecutive times, 2017, 18, 19. We just won in Port Elizabeth. I think Sue must now buy a new trophy for the women. That's our property. We take that trophy now. We've won it 3 times in a row. The under-20 also, 8 times champions, and 2017 and 19 they were champions. And Bafana, 4 times champions, and last in 2016. There you can see the television audience of Banyana. And you can see the tragic situation of lack of broadcast for women football. And this is a very, very serious indictment against our broadcasters, both SABC and SuperSport. At the point in 2017, Banyana had 1.9 viewers. Can you imagine what would have happened in 2019 when they now made it to the final of AFCON and the final of the World Cup? In the lead up, no coverage on Banyana. What is the consequence of that? The commercial world will not sponsor the team because there's no return on investment, there's no broadcast. And this has gone not a single comment. And Sasol knows if they want Banyana on the TV, they must pay the broadcaster. And yet, the broadcasters broadcast school sport, pay the school sports body 10 million to broadcast school sport, pay SAFA nothing, does not broadcast Banyana, does not broadcast Bafana. And so, if you want to collapse a national sports organization, cut them off from broadcast, because you cut them off from the sponsors. And so you can collapse them. This is an issue that has to be addressed, because we know now, if the broadcasters are not going to broadcast, this league is going to struggle. It's going to struggle. Now, either the broadcasters don't understand, or the broadcasters deliberately cut off broadcasts of women's football, or no, Banyana. So, at the height of television for women's football and for Banyana, there's a blackout, as the term now being used. And nobody worry if you black out women's football. We are silent. So there are real challenges. What is then is the target for the next phase 2, from 2019 to 2023. First, for under 17 national team, the World Cup is going to be in India, and there are 16 teams, and we have to qualify for that World Cup in India. Our under 20 team is already on the road. They won the bronze medal in Port Elizabeth from COSAFA, and they are now in the All Africa Games, and they struggle to participate. After they've qualified through CAF to play there, there's intervention almost to stop them from playing. And this kind of thing, this country has to address. Then the Under 20 World Cup will be hosted in Nigeria, and there will be 16 teams there. And somehow in the past, our Under 20 team always would come up against Nigeria in the final match. So we have to tell the coaches now, you don't have an excuse. Nigeria qualifies automatically. They are the host. They are not in your way. We expect the Under 20 to qualify for the World Cup in Nigeria. The senior Banyana, of course, the COSAFA champions. They are going to start the road to Tokyo Olympics, and they are already in the second round. And again, we want to say, if our team qualifies full stop for the Tokyo Olympics. There cannot be a further discussion beyond qualification of Banyana. For the World Cup, the 2023 World Cup, FIFA has increased the number of women teams from 24 to 32. And our expectation is that we have to fight at that level from CAF to get at least 5 African teams to go to the World Cup, because out of 24 we had 3 teams, and we'd expect 5 teams out of 32. Because in the men's World Cup, 32-team event, we have 5 from Africa. And if we have 5 from Africa, I think we increase the possibility of getting to the second consecutive World Cup in 2023. The 2023 World Cup will be decided on the host next year. And you can see the number of bidding nations: Argentina, Australia, Bolivia, Brazil, Belgium, Colombia, Japan, New Zealand, South Korea, and South Africa. At this stage, you just have to indicate, do you have an interest to host? By the end of August, we must confirm that indeed we are wanting to bid for this World Cup. I think it's a huge takeoff for women's football in our country, because one of the issues that will be addressed is the commercial support for women's football. Now let me tell you the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. We raised more than $100 million from South African companies for the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, for an event of 64 matches. We raised nothing for women's football other than SASO. And it's an issue that we have to look at. That is the technical officials. We have the High Performance Center at the Tufts University. Our coaches, as we indicate, are all women. And then we have the referees. That's increasing, and that program runs to 2020. Those are the match commissioners. These are all women. Women referees, women match commissioners, referees instructors. And this is growing by the day. Emma Hendricks is not here because she's running a coaching course there in a region, and you must see the number of women in that coaching course. In a place like Okanyekude, I don't know if you know Okanyekude, it's in deep rural KZN, near Big Five. They have 43 qualified women coaches in that area. So the question of better coaching at the women level is going very well throughout the country. There you can see women red guarding men. They are very tough. That's phase 2, the leagues. We have a Kemotsepe League, which is a schools competition, and the growth area is in that space. If we get 40,000 schools with one girl team of 20 players, we add 800,000 girls to our base towards 1 million women footballers. So we have to work with the Department of Sport, Department of Education, that this thing must be fixed. That we have to get boys and girls at school to play a schools competition, so that from there they graduate into the provincial leagues, into the national leagues of under 17, under 20. In the LFAs, we have competitions for under 13, 15, 17, 19. Those competitions are funded by the Legacy Trust, the SAFA Legacy Trust. We have 52 regional champions, and again, it's Burger King and the Legacy Trust. The interprovincial teams, it's the Legacy Trust and Burger King. And then at national, of course, at the provincial level, we have the SASO League, the National League that we are launching, and then the national teams for women under 17, 20, and Banyana. And then we also have for men the Kemotsepe League. This is quite interesting. If you look at the growth in viewers in the match, at 0 minutes, how many people switched on? And then at 65 minutes, it's peaking at 70 minutes. Now, if you watch a match and the match is boring, you switch channels. So what you do, many people would watch in the beginning, and then they would drop out as you go towards 90 minutes. If you start and more get into the match, it means that those who started the match, they remained with the match, and others joined. And so you can see in this match, Bloemfontein Celtic versus Cape Town Roses, it was a final in Nelspruit of the SASO League, that we regularly get more than 1 million viewers, even in the SASO League. And Banyana, other than Chiefs and Pirates, get more viewers than all the other PSL clubs. And you can look at the stats. And sometimes, of course, it depends on the importance of that particular match. If the match has no significance, if the match has high significance, if, for example, two teams are in the final, and it's not Pirates and not Chiefs, there will be high television interest in that match. So generally, I think that women's football is in that space, in and around 1 million to 1.7 million. The league, I think I'm not going to dwell too much on the league because this was well covered by Ria Ledwaba. The purpose of the league, as Desiree said there, we had a provincial league and then a national team. So the gap between selecting your national team from a provincial league, you can see the gap, and therefore our women's team had to have prolonged camps to get them to international level. So if you can have a national league and then your international competitions, you're closing the gap, and the standard will also increase. And that is why we said we have to get the National League and close the gap between provincial, National League, international competition. That's, I'm not going to dwell here because that has been dealt with. And now you can see the ranking of the teams. If you look at the ranking of the women teams on the FIFA rank list as opposed to the men on the FIFA rank list, there are about 4 men teams ranked higher than the entry point of women teams. Other teams are all ranked below the women teams on the FIFA rank list. As far as CAF is concerned, South Africa is number 3 on the CAF rank list. And it means that we are within the group of 5. And if you take Nigeria out, then you go down to 5, you go to number 6, because those 5 teams will qualify for the World Cup. And therefore, we see that we have a realistic chance of qualifying for the World Cup in 2023. Of course, that is if we don't host, we don't make a bid, and we don't win that bid, that we should qualify. So today, of course, is very much part of a long journey that we've traveled to improve participation of women in football, to have structured competitions for women's football, to train technical officials of women, referees, coaches, and then finally to close the gap between grassroots football, regional football, provincial football, and national football. And that gap was the National League. And that National League is being launched today. I want to thank Ria. And now the men can see it was good that we appoint a woman as a vice president to deal with this issue in a focused manner. And also thank Banyana. And it's a pity that the people of this country did not see the quality of football that Banyana produces. Excellent football. Go and ask the people in Zwidi and KwaZulu about Banyana. And they will tell you some of the best matches that they've seen in many, many years in that area. And that's why every time when we leave, they say, please come back. And they've never asked for a men's team to come there. They want to see Banyana. I won't mention the men's teams that they did not ask for. But our women, we have one of the best teams on this continent, besides the fact that many of them are playing in the Champions League in Europe, and many of them are playing in the United States and in Asia and all over the world. And essentially, Desiree won that tournament with local-based players and not the foreign-based players. And that shows you the pool of players that has been produced. And I want to wish Desiree and the team and all the other coaches the very best. And SAFA will continue on this path of strengthening women's football in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jordan, for just giving us more insight into the vision of the South African Football Association and their plans for women's football moving forward, and just how exciting it is this weekend, the fact that we're finally having the National Women's League kicking off. Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost time for us to get the conversations going with our first panel discussion. Before that, though, if you're a driver of a black Mercedes-Benz, the registration number is HZ98WGGP. Your car's lights are on and it's not locked. So please, can you go and make sure that you lock your car and switch off those lights. So black Mercedes-Benz HZ98WGP. All right, and also, can I invite you to enjoy your starters on your tables right now as you enjoy the conversation that's about to begin, because very shortly after our first panel discussion, the main course will be served. So please go ahead and enjoy your starters. All right, our first panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome the individuals that are going to be coming up here on stage. From the South African Women in Sport Foundation, she is the chairperson, Ms. Ndambi Ravele, is here with us today. A round of applause as she comes up. From Sasol, we've got the marketing manager, Ms. Nozipho Mbatha, here with us today. We're in the home of champions, and we've got the Gauteng MEC for Sport, Arts, Culture, and Recreation, Ms. Mbali Hlophe, here with us as well. From La Liga, the Women's Football Director is Mr. Pedro Malabia. And from the Confederation of African Football, CAF, we've got a member of CAF Women's Football Organizing Committee, Ms. Jacqueline Gertzi, here with us today. A very, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just a point of correction, yes, our panel discussions are going to predominantly have women up here on stage, but remember, this in its entirety is a gathering of very prominent men and women when it comes to women in sport and women in football. So that's why we've got Pedro here, and he's come all the way from Spain. Pedro, thank you so much for taking time out of your very, very busy schedule to be here with us today. We're in the home of champions. I'm going to start off with the MEC, first of all. Because, Ms. Hlophe, we heard the announcement from yourself once Banyana had come back from the FIFA World Cup, Women's World Cup, when you actually spoke about the commitment from Gauteng to women's football and the National League, in fact. Tell us more about that.
It goes without saying that one was extremely excited. I think women are doing exceptionally well across sports. You look at your netball and soccer, women are really proving that this is not a domain for males. And so in this regard, as government, our role is to consciously make the effort as an enabling agent to ensure that we equalize the playing field. And that's why we came on board and we said to Maria, we are here for you. This is something that we look at it as a priority, because we don't treat women's sport as just a secondary matter. For us, it's a priority, and you even see it within our programs and our focus on the girl child.
Sasol, Nozipho. the name of your organization has been mentioned so many times. When it comes to women's football in this country, you've taken the lead so many years ago when it wasn't the fashionable thing to do. Why was it that Sasol saw the importance and the need to invest in women's football back then?
Thank you, Carol. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For Sasol as an organization, it stemmed from visionary leadership. So when Sasol was involved or was a partner to SAFA many, many years ago with the sponsorship of Amakloklok, the under-23 team, and 11 years ago took the bold step to say, we're serious about women empowerment as an organization, and we realized just how important sport is in building a nation and what it means for us as a country, remembering that Sasol is a proudly South African organization. And that's when the step was taken to say that we are going to be supporting Banyana Banyana as well as the Sasol League. And the support of Sasol is not just a financial support. We regard ourselves as a partner. We don't, it's not about just Sasol handing over the money and saying, here you go, SAFA, but we're actively involved. And for us, we've, over the past 11 years, it's been an incredible journey of both celebrating successes and at the same time failures. And it's about us being there for the women's football to celebrate and when things don't go as well as they should be. One of the things that we're proud of, we've seen the team qualify for back-to-back Olympics, being the only team to have ever done so, qualify for the Women's World Cup. A number of graduates, through the exposure that women's football has given them, studying not only in South Africa, but internationally as well. So coupling sport and education, which becomes a powerful, powerful weapon for women in sport.
Well, all of you are part of this conversation, ladies and gentlemen. So towards the end, we're going to open up the floor for any questions that you might have or even comments that you'd like to utilize to complement the conversation up here. Ndambi, it's so inspirational when you hear about how much work Sasol has actually done. And now you're looking at the support that finally women's football is getting ahead of what's going to be happening this weekend. The importance of gender equality, why is that so important?
It's something that is important because of it's one thing that we have to do. It's not an option. It's not something that somebody should do a favor for you. They have to do it. And secondly is the fact that coming to this country, we have more women than men in this country. So why are we spending most of our resources in areas that are not of priority and leaving the area that is priority, which is women?
Agreed, but it still there's many challenges on this road, aren't there? Still.
There's still many challenges, and that's the reason why, and I would come to my next point, that we wrote a letter to the Minister of Sport, the previous minister and even this minister, indicating that the department or government had signed a lot of treaties or agreements or declarations throughout the world. And out of those agreements, they are not implementing those agreements. And that's one of the things that now, and following Dr. Jordani's speech, where SAFA look at making sure that there are policies covering issues of women, we want government now to implement policies that they have signed, but over and above that, the policies that they have now, they have to implement them. They have transformation policy, which they are not actually even giving the federations penalties of not implementing it. They have EPG, that they have a very good report which shows how women are not covered and supported. They are not actually even doing anything about that. So we want government to show their power and make sure that they act on those areas. In other area that we are looking at is the fact that there's a Promotion for Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, which that act is not saying anything about women in sport, so we are challenging that act. That act should actually now start looking, because there's a very small session on sport, and I think it's on golf. So we need to look at that. We presented on INCASA because we think that broadcasting is a big problem when it comes to women's sport. So lucky enough, we were supported by Media Monitor and BMI, and they supported our drive. We have now written to UN Sport Women's Desk to indicate that we would want to join the He for She program that they have launched, but we want to adapt it to suit South Africa, so that we should be able to force South African companies in their policies to include issues when it comes to women in sport. And actually also we want to challenge the UN also, because in their campaign they are not covering sport, and as a result a lot of global companies are supporting the program, and they're indicating that they're doing so many things for women, but nothing for women in sport. So we want that to be part of the program. And yeah, let me stop there.
When you talk about some of those needs to address the challenges, you're talking about what you've asked the government to do, what you've asked corporate South Africa to do. We've got representation here. And MEC, I saw you nodding at some of those points.
I was nodding because I think it's great, and this is what participatory democracy is about. It's having individuals not at times congratulate us, because we're not going to hear the things we want to hear, but we see criticism as a way for us to learn. So I welcome what she's saying. There are areas that we need to strengthen without a doubt, and we're saying that that's why our organization has taken a conscious decision to ensure that there's a generational mix, so that you do ensure that within positions of decision making, you have young people that are there to ensure that we push for all these changes that you're saying, and you don't have individuals who will continue to see government as not implementing, because she's absolutely correct. We have great policies in place, we just need to implement. And I can say without a doubt that we are at that point now where there's sufficient pressure, there's a generational mix as far as the leadership that is there within governance to ensure that we push ahead and we make sure that we implement on the good that we've said we're going to do.
Ms. Hertzi, yeah, you're here because, you know, the SAFA National Women's League, it's a huge celebration, and it's going to have such an impact when it comes to women's football in South Africa. But it's not just in South Africa, on the continent as a whole. Tell us how you think that this is going to benefit the continent.
First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. You know, after listening to President Jordan, I was sitting there and thinking half of the outputs we want from this conversation has been answered. At least 70% of the output that we needed to take along, you know, for media, for corporate, and for all the stakeholders has been answered. And I'm sitting there thinking, what more? What more can you do? So it's a big question mark. But coming back to your answer, first of all, we have to congratulate SAFA for starting of the idea many years back, because I know when this idea started, and it's not easy. It's not going to be easy, but as CAF Women's Committee, there are a lot of objectives that has been shared with us last year at the seminar. We've cut them down to look at what is important, and the launch of a national league remains a priority within the federations, because that takes you to the next step of the Champions League. It takes you to the next step of increased competitions, because there are more girls playing at a better structured format, and it makes it also compatible in terms of when you take your players to the next stage, you really look at a very good competition of AFCON for women. So I'm really happy that South Africa is taking the lead. I know there's a few countries already that are playing the top leagues for women, where the national teams comes from, but I don't think there's any other structure that exists the way it exists now, in the way it will be launched tomorrow. So it means a lot for the continent, and it's going to be, I'm actually very shy to tell you that South Africa is leading. And even with so many needs they still have to make this a reality and make sure that they sustain it, they're already leading. But it's very disappointing from the support of the corporate, the media, and actually I don't even want that conversation to go away from that part. that President Jordan was really emphasizing. I don't even want us to put more water to it. Don't dilute it. We should really look at what more can women football in South Africa do, so that also other countries, so that they can get the support they really need. Looking at all the cameras around us here, does it end today? Does it end after this conversation? Then the National League will not make sense. The National League needs to be in the face of the people all the time. And that can only be realized if you have seen the kind of presentation the president has made. Nobody, no one that I can think of since my playing days has achieved that much in Africa. Even if you have played 5 times World Cup, you have not achieved what SAFA has achieved. And what more can be done? Let's make sure that we don't dilute that point. That is a very important point in the face of the media and in the face of corporate in South Africa and in Africa. So it's actually a very big step. And when you as a continent can only benefit from it.
Mr. Malabia, when you look at Banyana Banyana, how they performed at the FIFA Women's World Cup and that opening match against España, the fact that, yes, we scored first and it was quite competitive, but then you started seeing as the game continued, just the difference in terms of the support and how well the Spain national team was prepared for the task at hand. And now you're hearing that for the first time for South Africa, we're going to be launching only this weekend the very first National Women's League. We've been doing it for many, many years as part of in La Liga. Tell us how far back the Professional Women's League in Spain, how far back that stretches, and why it's so important to have a league like this.
So good morning, everybody. Let me first start with a big thank you to SAFA, Mr. President Ria, for the invitation. It's a real honor to be in this event. And also with a big congratulations, because I think hosting this event, big congratulations because of the launch of the league. And if you are, and big congratulations also because of the atmosphere. I mean, the atmosphere that is in this room, the enthusiasm, the willing of changing things. I believe if you are able to keep this enthusiasm and this atmosphere in this room, and you are able to tell this to the world, to the country, to the media, to the sponsors, you will reach the first step. Of course, you will need strategy, you will need patience, but I think you are on the right way. Yeah. So first of all, thank you and congratulations. Back to your question. I always believe that if you want to succeed as a country, as any sport, you need to have much more than just a national team or just a national league. You need everything together. If you want to be very successful on the national team, don't forget that you need your players to be trained every day in the best conditions. You need them to be playing every single weekend in the best competitive environment possible. So Spain has experienced a change, especially during the 4 or 5 last years. La Liga is not organizing directly the competition, it's a federation, the same as here. But La Liga decided 4 years ago to really get involved in the conversation of women's football. Yeah, our president had a special vision, as he has in many other things, but he believed that La Liga could really be a game changer and should also share the knowledge of the best competition on the men's side in the world, apply this knowledge to the women's game, because we really believe that women should be on the game. Women should be not only in football but also in decision-making bodies. So we decided to start a project to really develop, to promote it, and we did it together with the clubs, which are very important. The clubs are the ones running the events, assuming the cost, or having the players. So it's very important that we get everyone involved, the federation, the clubs, the players. And we started this project, and it has developed of getting players being fully professionally played, training in the morning, so they do not need to work during the whole day and then afterwards going to train 8 in the night, as it happened just 4 years ago in Spain. So what we are seeing now in Spain is not what it was. It's after hard work and after development. So all of this has turned into better players, better prepared players, physically, mentally, and also the grassroots. And this are the seeds for the success of the national team. So Spain has done a step further in this World Cup. We will see in the next World Cup. And I'm sure if we continue on this path, Spain will become one of the best players. And I'm sure that South Africa, you have everything to succeed. So just keep on doing it.
Nozipho, your words of advice, because for us to reach these kinds of levels, we need more support. Everyone has to play their role. It's up to me is what everyone needs to say. So your words of advice to other corporate companies on why it is that they should start getting involved when it comes to women's sports.
Firstly, on behalf of Sasol, I'd like to congratulate SAFA on the launch of the Women's League. Being a brand that's a champion for women's football, it's truly remarkable, and we commend you for seeing such an initiative. And, as far as other corporates are concerned, as an organization, we've always said we welcome other corporates to get on board because Sasol cannot do it on their own. We see brands globally move into the space of women's football and seeing returns in that space. And my biggest wish as representing Sasol is to see other corporates to get on board. Women's sports, not only football. We see the likes of Caster Semenya, and global trends also show that one of the biggest attributes when it comes to women's football is inspirational. They see women's sports people to look up to as more inspirational than men, and that leaves such a space for brands to be able to play in, to really truly differentiate and stand for something much bigger and much better to truly make a difference.
Tambi, how important is this National League? How big a step is it in terms of leveling the playing field?
I think it's very much important because of, firstly, it would assist a lot of girls to participate in the league, and it will encourage more girls to actually take soccer as a career. But second to that, I think it will force sponsors now to come to women's football. I'm saying deliberately force because of women's football now is becoming a project that no one would have to ignore it. They have to take attention. They have to change decisions in their sponsorship meetings and make sure that they come back with gender-responsive sponsorship approach in making sure that they actually sponsor that. But over and above that, I think it will force broadcasters to make sure that they have to broadcast all those games. So there are a lot of benefits out of the league, but the ultimate goal is to strengthen our national teams, is to make sure that we get the best of the best out of the league to actually represent us in the country, and actually make sure that we come back with that trophy.
I know, MEC, that you're very fully invested in this National League. Gauteng having 3 teams. How do you think this will impact women's sport as a whole in the province?
We call Gauteng the province of champions for a reason. So we're very focused on sports, not because we see it as an activity that's able to unite the nation, but we also see it as a critical component and ensuring that we, in a country and an economy that's depressed, where you've got a lot of young people that are unemployed and so forth, we're able to cultivate their energy and redirect it towards positive input. But I think what's critical, and that's coming out of the engagement that we're having today, is that the professionalizing women's sport and the league in particular for soccer is that it will put the ecosystem in place. And this is what is coming out a lot in what we're saying, is that you need everybody on board. You need government on board, you need the private sector on board, you need the players, you need the community on board. So you need to put that ecosystem in place so that it's able to sustain itself. Because if you don't do that, then we'll continue. I mean, our girls are doing exceptionally well. But without an ability to be professionalized, they're playing against teams that are, which puts them at a back foot. So in essence, you're always putting them to be at a much lesser foot than what they would be. But when the moment we professionalize it, we're able to ensure that they will perform at their optimum. And with them doing so well, we can only imagine how far they can take it.
You talk about support. Jacqueline, what kind of support will CAF be offering, or is CAF thinking of offering South Africa in terms of the running and ensuring that this national league will be sustainable?
Thank you, Carol. It's very straightforward. You know, if of the establishment of such a league, immediately, like the president also said, you need qualified coaches. And SAFA has done a lot in that regard. You need referees, top referees that will also attract the fact that, you know, it's going to be elite in that regard. Administrators, and in this regard, that is, you know, the CAF objectives for the Women's Committee. That's how we can help the National League. And that is not up to the federation to say, this is our need. That's what we want to do. These are the levels that where our coaches are. This is where we want to take them. This is a level where our referees are. This is where we want to take them, our club management, and that is where we come in. And I think that this is where we can excitingly play a major role, to help the league.
Pedro, any possibility of having exchange programs between the Women's La Liga sides and the SAFA National Women's League teams?
Sure, we've had some conversations around the last month, and in La Liga we developed a clear strategy with 4 pillars, and one of those pillars is internationalization. So we have established a network, a global network with several federations and leagues around the world, because we really believe that this common knowledge exchange, this sharing of experiences is very, very useful for all of us, And I always say we are not competing, actually. We are building, we are soldiers on the same battle, that is putting women's football on the top, creating a product, and really making it well known, So for us, the more successful the Sasol League is, it will be better for women's football globally, and it will be better for Spanish women's football. So it's strange to think, okay, what's happening in South Africa is benefiting Spain, of course, and what is happening in France is benefiting in South Korea. So of course, I think we will have some conversations around tomorrow and within the next days, because we really believe we can share our expertise, learn from you also, from your vision, and make a better world and a better women's football for.
Yeah, you're talking about Sasol as well. That's what I want to know is, are you looking at getting involved in the National League, or is it just solely going to be the Sasol League and the national team? We're here.
You really are putting me on the spot now. So, at this stage, Sasol's commitment is to Banyana as well as the Sasol League, because we believe that grassroots are just as important as that seed to be able to feed into the pinnacle, which is the national team. And there is a lot of work in the Sasol League that still needs to, that can still be done, and we believe the opportunity still lies in there for the Sasol brand as well, both Sasol League and Banyana. But as a whole, we are still a champion of women's football.
Excellent. Okay.
They will join.
Only a matter of time. Agreed, Pedro. MEC, tell us about the support or assistance that the province will be offering the Gauteng-based teams.
Yeah, so I mean, we have committed to an amount. I don't know if I can announce it, but that's maybe not. But what we have said and committed is that at least throughout my term, we'll be committing an amount. It's not a lot when you compare it to what corporate puts in, but we see it as a step to say everybody must put in. You might not have deep pockets like corporate does, but we're calling on everybody to come on board. Let's ensure that we support this initiative. And so we are going to be putting the financial resource, but we're also taking it a step further. We're saying grassroots are critical. I've indicated that in Gauteng, we call it the province of champions because we focus on our sports and its development. And school sports is critical for us because that is the seed that feeds to the national team. So we're going to continue, and we're working together very closely with the Department of Education to ensure that we continue to produce individuals who will play in our leagues, in our national team, sorry. So there's quite a number of developmental programs we have in place, and this is all to ensure that we put sport where it should be, we prioritize it as a nation and not just treat it as a fun entity, but to respect what it does for the nation and nation building and social cohesion. So there's a lot that we're doing, and we continue to be engagement with SAFA.
I know that we've got other representatives here from some of the other provinces, other MECs as well. Here's an opportunity if you want to talk about how it is that you're going to be supporting women's sport or the National League, please do feel free. We're going to have a roving microphone so that we can give you all an opportunity to be a part of the conversation. If at this stage you have any questions or any comments, just raise your hand, please. Okay, right up front. We'll start here.
Well, on my side, it's not a question to the MEC. It is a request because I work with people. I see the struggles of our girls, our children in a township. And I don't see a lot of activities in a form of a sports in our schools. I've addressed this with the MEC of Education. I've emphasized this. I said we need to do that as soon as possible. And I would say, even to all of you, this is not just about improving the soccer in our nation, but this has a lot of contribution in a social life, of our people. When we keep our children busy, their lives will become better. Otherwise, if there are no activities, let me tell you, they'll grab everything. Drugs, nyawupe, pornography, this is what they feed themselves. Rape at school. I'm pleading with you guys. Let us not just talk about it. Let's act, and then very fast, because these issues, they are right here at my eyes. So I'm asking, let's work on it and let's push it, and it's gonna benefit our nation in that area. So it was just a request and an emphasis on that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We've got another question there. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, facilitator. I'm Lindiwe Njali, the MEC of Culture, Sports and Recreation in Mpumalanga. Let me greet the entire leadership and thank you for the invite. We have heard the issues you've raised, and I'm happy that the MEC has represented us very well. I was asking here the VP to say, have you made also a move again since after election to go and present your case in the Portfolio Committee of Sport or in the MINMEC? Because on Friday, we're having a MINMEC where all MECs together with the minister will be under one roof. What is it that we can do? Because before you can start to say, at the level of the province, we don't see anything. Remember, provinces, they are given an allocation from national. Is the allocation enough? I've been in a municipal space, I've been a mayor. You are given a 15% MIG in terms of refurbishment of sports facility and other things, and that's nothing beyond that. But as they allocate to provinces in terms of your sports schools, your youth that is out of school in terms of sports, if you can't have facilities, where would they go? I think it's where we should start planting the tree. We agree with everybody. Sports development, it needs everybody. That is why we are saying it's up to us. I love the theme. But it's everybody's business. Private sector, government, the society. Because we are stakeholders that need each other. Because without each other, you'd not win the battle. And it's unfortunate that you don't see other companies coming forward to sponsor development, and yet they've got social responsibilities in communities where they work. Sometimes they would give back where it's not needed. So we're saying, maybe let's start the journey together. Yes, we're new in these portfolios, but we are young, and we can take these matters forward. Hence that thing of a generational mix. Sometimes, because these deployments were a bit skewed, I must say, some of them, they don't have the passion and the love of what we do. I hosted the president when I had my first Mpumalanga Sports Awards. You've seen it. It was something wow. Yeah. We just hosted the SATMA. It just needs that passion and commitment. Hence, we're saying, we are new. Let's walk the journey together. Let's develop sports. I'm a sports person. I've played in my early years. We know what we need. But we're saying the fight that was picked up by the minister, the then ministers, to say why our women players paid lesser than male. Those are the issues that politically we must go and fight. But we cannot find them anywhere unless there's a platform where we interface, we meet with yourself, you give us those issues, we go and fight. Because we're elected in those positions to be the voice, to fight for those issues, so that when you are there, we can be happy that, oh my God, that matter has been attended and our women are moving. So that we're not seen as red ribbon cutters. We must make an impact. We must change life. If there's policy amendment, and I'm happy, Madam, to say there are good policies, but they are not implemented. It should go back to say, who are these implementers? Who must say you have not done well? Let there be consequence management, because sometimes people feel as if it's politicians only. Remember, you've got a team that you work with that must support to make sure that our policies are being realized. So we're going to make follow up on those policies and try to change. I know change is difficult. When you have done change management, it tells you people will love to stay in their comfort zone, but we're here and we're going to rock this department. Thank you.
Oh, we love it. Okay, let's have the two final questions, the one at the back and right up here in front.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Puti Matlou. I'm an ex-player, and it is an honor, Vice President, to be part and parcel of this engagement. And I would like to congratulate you for organizing such, an engagement, and also would like to also say to the President, we've come a long way. If I have to think of how women football started, 89, 90, 1991, where we laid the foundation, and it's 25, 26 years, and we still looking at where we are as women who contributed to this game today. And my question would be, what is it that needs to happen for women who are playing football to be given same opportunities as men? I mean, I'm excited. The league is starting, it's kicking off on Saturday. And when we have to compare Premier League of the guys and what we are aspiring to do on Saturday, politically, is it fair? No. As a woman who played, who contributed, is it fair? No. Now, the theme today says it's up to me. So I would want to say, as a legend, what is it that I must do to add value? And add value to ensure that this football goes further than this. And I'm saying to Ausintambi, I'm saying to President Jordan, I'm saying to Ausiria, as ex-players, we are here. We also want to be the Lucas Radebes of women football. We also want to be your McFish of women football. We are custodians. Give us responsibility, we are here. We want to go and develop these young girls in schools. The capacity is there. We are here. So I'm saying it's about time that we move away from sitting and complaining. I'm representing ex-players under the arm of the Masters and Legends. And the stories that I hear, Desiree, can attest. It is sad because of most of the ex-players, they are not working. And I would still say I'm fortunate that I managed to get a sports bursary through Ausindambi, through Ndate Rex Max Mashiko. I'm a SASU national player, ex-player. The president of SASU is here, Ausinom Samatlango. So I take pride. I know that we can go far. School-wise, school programs, these young girls can be given opportunity, they can study. Through SAFA, they can study. So let's ensure that we try and come up with programs in school so that we can empower and develop these young girls. Thank you very much.
After. Okay. All right. Mike, yeah.
Thanks very much, Madam Facilitator. I think let me start first by greeting Dr. Denny Jordan, the President of SAFA, and Madam Ria, the Vice President, and let me safely say all protocol observed. As they've already introduced me, I'm the MEC of Sports, Arts and Culture in Limpopo. And like you have clearly asked a question, Carol, as to what is it that provinces are doing in regard to making sure that we empower women who are making us proud in the sport fraternity. You know, we have recently tabled our budget speeches in our individual provincial legislatures, and key to our budget speeches is around issues of making sure that we drive the development of sport in our rural communities without any compromise. The programs around school sport program, rural sport development program, and many other programs that are aimed at giving those women who are in the rural areas an opportunity for them to can be able to compete and showcase their God-given talent without any hindrance. Next month, as a province, we are holding our sports awards, wherein we are going to recognize our prominent women who are making us proud as a province. People like Caster Semenya, your Hotajo Munjani, your Nokumatlu, and many more of our athletes who are originally from Limpopo. Yes, Gauteng is the province of champions. Ourselves as a province of Limpopo, we are the grassroots of talent. We unearth this talent at the grassroots level, and we come and feed it up to Gauteng. So there's a lot that we are doing as a province. We might be rural, but results are speaking for us. We can speak about tangible results. We can be able to give you statistics. You'll then start to realize that we need the support of private sector as rural provinces. The issue of PPP approach, public-private partnership, I think for me is very key for us to can be able to take sports for women to greater heights as a country. Thank you very much.
All right. We're going to just pause the Q&A session at this juncture and wrap up this panel discussion, and then we're going to open up the floor again at a later stage. So some comments, final comments from the panelists here.
Yeah, it's very impressive to hear what the former player had to say, and also hear from the regional leadership. I don't know how many of you could feel the vibe between the two provinces. That's the kind of thing you want in the National League. That's the kind of, you know, it's not an ego, it's pride, and that's how we want the National League to feel. And that is what makes your men's leagues interesting, because that's that Kasechi Pirates thing, and that's the kind of thing we need in the women's league, and that's what attracts the people around us to come to our league. So I'm very excited to see that, but I would also advise the former players to go to these 12 teams and see how they can contribute with their experience as former players, and because there are a lot of things we have to do here before we can reach this level. And you know, a player like this one who's an academic, it's very important that she is connecting together with her friends, together with former colleagues, to any any of these 12 teams, because CAF is going to introduce under 17, under 20 competitions at CAF level from 2020, which means these teams in the National League must have their under 17 players, elite players, playing into the top team, but junior ones must develop in the meantime. That's why we need the former players, people of interest of women's football on their heart, to join the clubs or the teams to help them with the development stage, also to make sure that the league, really in terms of numbers, in terms of quality, the teams can always produce a team that will compete in the league. So that is also where I would really, because when I listen to the former player, I can feel the passion. And imagine if that energy can go into one of these 12 teams and help the teams become big. That's very important. And then also finally, maybe from my side, that as CAF, we're very excited. Obviously, we have a lot of objectives we need to reach. We also experience the similar things that SAFA is experiencing in terms of still convincing certain people sitting in certain positions to really say, I want to support the women's game at that level. We need to congratulate regional competitions like COSAFA that has taken bold steps. I'm telling you, they are leading in terms of saying that this is what we want the federations to enter. We want them to have female coaches heading the teams, national teams. Well, they are growing every year, and they are having the same standard of organizing the competition at COSAFA level. We want more regions to do that. We want more federations to establish national leagues so that we can also at CAF level be put under tremendous pressure to say, this is what we have to do. So I really call on all the corporates here in South Africa, also internationally, to support the National League, because if you have seen what you have seen today in the President's presentation, you have no excuse other than changing your strategies of what you want to see your money doing for women's football. Don't look at the National League of SAFA and want to get the same thing that you are seeing in the Premier League of men. Have your own strategy like Sasol did, and have your own outputs that you want to see from women's football. Then it will be really special. Yeah.
Yeah, two final messages. First of all, related to the comment of the ex-player and how important it is to get them involved. I totally agree. But of course, we need more women in football. We need more ex-players in football. But we need education for them. Not only because of women, at least it's my opinion. Not only because of being women, or not only because of being ex-players. They need to be prepared. If we want to really try to make a professional future around the competition, around management, they need to be prepared. And this is why, for example, in La Liga, we are working in an education program only for ex-players, for female ex-players, just to show them what is behind the pitch, what it's about a club, what it's an organization, what is football management, what is finance, to give them this knowledge, give them the tools, and start to prepare them for the future. And my final message, let me please change or convert my mistake by calling it Sasol National League into a strong argument for sponsors. Look how easy it is, even for me, as coming from Spain, to be top of mind by helping women's football. So even for me, I was thinking that Sasol, I made this mistake. And this is an argument for the sponsors to say, look how easy it is if you support. I like to call it partner, not sponsor. Because they are not here because of the knowledge and because everyone wants to. No, they're here because they want to be part of the project. So the argument is, sponsors, look how easy it is if you become partner, if you are. And women's football is a wave. The thing is, the message for the sponsors is, do you want to be in the wave? Because maybe you will be late afterwards. And being late will cost you more money than now. And my final message for Sasol is, I'm sorry, but I believe that if you want to be top of mind and keep on top of mind, you will need to talk to these guys. And I believe in the near future you will be, I won't be mistaken if I say SAFA National League, Sasol's National League. Thank you.
Thank you. I think my fellow MEC Tandi is correct. Indeed, Limpopo does have the seeds, but we fertilize them and take them to the next level. So indeed, we are the home of champions. But I think what's really good to see is that you have a house filled with other MECs, and that shows the commitment of government. And I think I can speak on behalf of all of us that we are youthful, we are very energetic, and Dr. Jordan was noting that we're all females also, outside of the minister, but we're all females across all provinces. So it goes without saying that the development of sports, and the girl child in particular, will be given particular focus and specialized focused. So we are here for you. We are committed to the development of sports, and you can see the vibrancy in this house. Thanks.
Final remarks from Cecil, hashtag it's up to me. The commitment from us is we continue to work as a partner with SAFA to ensure that we fill up those stadiums, because without people going into the stadiums, there won't be any fans and there won't be any sponsors, because sponsors are after the fan. Thank you.
I think from my side, two issues. One is that women's football in the last 2 years, they have proved that they can perform to the highest level, and I think they they deserve support. But over and above that, I think there's a lot of appetite now of people watching women's sport. We have seen it with Banyana, we've seen it with netball now. There's a lot of appetite, and I think broadcasters have to do their work. The results are there, and I think if they could just check what happened on those days, they would see the results. But I think also people need to move away from the traditional way of doing things, especially when it comes to sponsorship, where they use a certain formula in order for them to sponsor sports. They need to change the system in order to sponsor sports in what is happening now. And what is happening now is that women are performing very well in all sports, as far as I know. So I would actually advise possibly sponsors to say, possibly we should move away from brand awareness to look at brand engagement, because women are very good at that engagement. And in doing that, they would be able to sell their products using women. And thank you.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all of our panelists. Thank you so much for being a part of the discussion, for being here. Thank you for your involvement. And of course, the engagement is going to continue as well. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for our next panel discussion, for now, we're going to take a little break. The main course will be served. Enjoy that. And you'll be enjoying your breakfast to the wonderful sounds of a celebrated and award-winning Afro soul artist who is here with us today, Berita. Enjoy.
Marianewe, Caneria, Marianewe, Rufene Shanje, Kutsaura Nodanana, Usiru Moyo Caneria, Marianewe. Thank you. Rest in peace, legend Oliver Mtukudzi. Pagana Africa.
Africa. Pagana, 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 Africa. Too many times you've been victimized and utilized. They've taken your riches away. Filled you with poverty and diseases. They say you're not worth enough. Yes, so sakuti siyapila. Masiba nemizandla. Pagana Africa. Pagana. Pagana, Pagana, Africa. Pagana, Africa. Pagana, 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 Africa. We've been victimized and utilized. They've taken your riches away. Filled you with poverty and diseases. They say you're not worth enough. Saguti ziyalila. Masiba maneni zandla. Pagana Africa. Pagana, Pagana, Pagana Africa. Pagana Africa. Pagana, Pagana, Pagana Africa. Together we must rise. Together, together. Pagana Africa. Pagana, Pagana, Pagana Africa. Africa mama. Africa mama. Africa mama. Pagana Africa. Africa.
Rise, Africa. This is the last one I'm going to play before I sit down. I promise I'll come back. This one is called Thando Lethu. It talks about a woman that has been disappointed in a relationship. And she asks and begs one simple question. NgesiXhosa, ndakwenza ntoni na? What did I do? What did I do wrong? If you know the song, feel free to sing along, please.
ndandinomfana omuhle igama lakhe thando lethu bendimthanda endithanda sasinohlula nazindudumo wayophula inhliziyo yam ndingacingelana wayophula inhliziyo yam ndingakulindelana wethando lethu wethando lethu ndakwenzani na thando lethu ndakwenzani na thando lethu nikelele bendicinga andizahlala nawe bonke ndinasi bendicinga ukuba ungeham kanti ungowethu sonke wayophula inhliziyo yam ndingacingelana wayophula inhliziyo yam ndingakulindelana wethando lethu wethando lethu ndakwenzani na thando lethu ndakwenzani na thando lethu ndakwenzani na. Can I hear you sing it with me? Thando lethu ndakwenzani ndakwenzani na ndakwenzani na ndakwenzani na wethando lethu thando lethu
Thank you so much.
Berita, ladies and gentlemen. All right, into our next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, and I'd like to call on the panelists to come up here on stage. From the National Lotteries Commission, a round of applause for Chartered Accountant and Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Xolile Ntuli. We've got the Secretary General of COSAFA here, Ms. Sue Daytum, with us today. A round of applause as she comes up. From SASCOC, the COO, Ms. Patience Chikombana is here today. The president of the Federation of African University Sports is Ms. Nomsa Mahlang. Hey, how kujampil. The president, ladies and gentlemen, of Netball South Africa, and but we leave the best for last. Ms. Cecilia Molokwane is here with us today as well, and she'll be part of this panel discussion. But you saved the best for last. Wow. Again, such a pleasure, such an honor to have all of you here with us today. Ms. Mahlang, let me start with you. Yeah, having formerly been at the helm of women's football in particular, when you look at this gathering, when you look at the league finally kicking off this weekend, would you say that there's been progress? And if so, in what areas? Let's make sure all the mics are on, yeah? Yeah.
All right, technology at times is not our strength. Well, there has been a lot of progress made. I think, one, the qualification of Banyana to the World Cup shows that there has been a great lot of work that has been done. But I think it is key for us to mention that it has been a dream that all women who ever got involved in women's football had. Friend herself, who used to be a coach of Banyana some donkey years ago, had this dream. But I'm glad that through Sasol, a lot of dreams were realized, because some of us, I don't think would have gone to France for anything, but through the sponsorship from Sasol, Banyana was able to qualify to go to the World Cup, and a lot of us had the opportunity of going to the World Cup. But I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, because having qualified for the World Cup and the Olympics twice, and every time coming back home in the first round, it means there's something that we need to do, and it means we need to invest more, not only on players, but obviously coming from universities, I believe that it is key that we start using these matches and research on how we can improve on performance. But I think also, as today is all about, it's up to me. But I think it is up to me to open doors for other women. It is up to me to open opportunities for other women, and also ensure that, because for me, sport is not sport. Sport is a catalytic instrument to change lives. And I believe that we need to use sport to educate the nation.
Agreed. Patience, I wanna talk about SASCOC, and first of all, how you see this National Women's League impacting sport, women's sport in particular in South Africa, and tell us a little bit about some of your plans as SASCOC in terms of influencing federations to really grow that aspect of women's sport, especially the team sports.
Okay, thank you. I think maybe I need to start on the point of saying SASCOC is not individuals. SASCOC is the sports movement of this country. We've got about 76 national federations and 9 provincial sports confederations. So that 82 number, it's who members of SASCOC are. In relation to the league that it's launched today, I think it's long overdue, and we're very grateful that really SAFA has done very well in that regard, and we're saying so on a basis that. In 2005, we felt as an organization that as much as we have to align ourselves to the legislative framework of the prescripts that we have, like your Sports and Recreation Plan, your Sports Act, we felt as an organization that we must come up with a strategic plan. And in that strategic plan, it was somehow saying to our national federation, I think it is time that you also need to put a plan for yourselves as well. Because you see, if you don't have a plan in place, you'll never know where you're heading to. So it's important that that's the first thing that we had to do. So in that plan, one of the key things that we did was that, as I said earlier, that we had to align ourselves to the prescripts. It's the transformation charter. It's very clear. It talks about issues of accessibility, where we're saying if you have to expose or introduce young girls and women into sport, the first aspect of it, you need to look at the issue of the environment. Is it a safe environment for the girls and women to be able to participate? So that's one of the things that we did in terms of the strategy. Secondly, we said if you want our national federations to really take the issue of promotion and development of women serious, they need to champion the cause. If the leadership does not do that, it won't go anywhere. And I think we should be saying congratulations to some of our big federations that are doing very well on that. I mean, football today, it's launching the league. We can talk about cricket. Cricket is the first federation, if I'm correct, that now has contracted some of their female players. So they've got contracts as players now. And I know that rugby, it's moving towards that as well. So the fact that they're taking tune in terms of what we're encouraging them to do is something that we need to applaud. I think I once played football. Ne? Yeah, in my times, yeah. and by that time, it was not serious because, I played at the university level. Just to crack a joke with you, the first time we played Soti ladies at Tefloop, we were walloped 13-2. But you know why, ne? It's because we only had 3 good players from our team at Tefloop. And the Soweto ladies, they're playing football every day. So that's why it was easy for them to, you correct the 2 that we got. I had to ask them, man, give us at least 2, so that at least we've got something to take home. So the reason I'm saying that is because through the league, it will improve the quality of women's football in the country. You'll not end up saying out of the 11 girls that are playing, I only have 4 that are best players. You'll have now all of them being good players, and I think it will improve that. I think the second aspect is that we still need to deal with the issue of our society, thinking that football is a men's game. So once you start playing football as a girl, then you are always categorized as a particular group, And I think through this, it will start to inspire more of our girls to say, we need to start playing the game. And I think lastly, the issue of partnerships. One of the things that we need to deal with, and I think that's what we're saying even at SASCOC, is that if we don't partner, we won't go anywhere. At the same time, let's stop competing. And when I'm saying let's stop competing, there's this conveyor belt that we talk about. It starts at school. Sports start at school. Let's make sure that our school system it's rigid and it's strong. Kids are given the opportunity, and once the kids have done well at schools, when they go to their tertiary level, our USA must then play their role. Communities, in terms of their clubs, they also have got their responsibility. So we need to be able to sit down and say who takes over from where with what resources. And I think basically that's what we need to do going forward.
Sue, you've been driving for COSAFA for many, many years now. This National Women's League, how is that going to benefit COSAFA? And following on from that, how important is it maybe for all of the COSAFA countries to follow this example from South Africa?
Thank you. I think that within our region, South Africa is undoubtedly and has always been inspirational, aspirational for a lot of the other countries, and they do tend to follow, what South Africa does. Everybody wants to have a league like the PSL, and so on. So the fact that South Africa is now embarking on this league, it doesn't matter whether it's only 12 teams. It's a peg in the ground, and and I'm a firm believer in putting a peg in the ground. Otherwise, you will never get anywhere. I think that, you know, on the borders of South Africa, other countries now will be sitting up and taking note. There is money to be had from FIFA Forward for any and all of the national associations that make up FIFA's membership to start. It may only be a tip of the iceberg, but there is money to be had to be putting in to national leagues, and the sooner we do it, the better. There's been a huge step up, I think, generally in women's football, and the focus that is being put on it by the national associations of our region. If you compare just 2 years back, countries that never used to historically be that interested or play football are now coming to the fore, and they are participating. So I think it is definitely something that we need to be looking at some of our other national associations and to follow suit.
We've been talking a lot about the support, how important that is, and the partnerships as well. Charlotte, can you tell us the role of national lotteries in terms of supporting women's football, women's sport?
Good morning. So I'm not Charlotte. I'm representing Charlotte, our commissioner. Yes. I think, thank you for the question. I think perhaps as background, we are a public entity that basically exists from just a mandate of regulation. We regulate the National Lottery, and I hope that you are all playing, because it is from those activities that then we actually get our second mandate. I believe that the Powerball is 130 million on Friday, and I look forward to once again empowering through our work. But back to your question, I think if you look at how we are structured, we basically fund specific sectors that are legislated, and one of those sectors are indeed sports, and just our work there is quite critical, because if you look at just the percentage of funding that goes towards sports is the second largest portion of our fund. 28% of our funding goes to sports. I think if you look at it, in the past few years, we've been investing about 400 million in sports. And in particular, if you look at, our work and our role in women and sports, you would be pleased to know that, in fact, we do actually give preference to women in sports, in all sporting codes. Of recent, we would have also been funding the World Netball South Africa with the World Cup, but in preference, the adjudicators, so to say, would give preference to transformational projects, to projects that advance women, projects. In fact, if you look at this year's call, for instance, it focuses a lot on grassroots level development in rural areas. So we are very excited about this initiative, because it is through the work that we do that you would find that then you get those players that then are advancing in the different levels from a developmental and grassroots level. So when you do get your players at a national level, you get quality players. If I may boast, perhaps, I saw at one of the presentations, for instance, the goalkeeper, Swart, in fact, came from one of the funding that would have been from the National Lotteries. It would have been through a club that we funded. So our role is quite key. We recognize the importance of the previously marginalized. In fact, we still experience a gap. We are not at a level when it comes to women in sports when you compare to where men are. So yes, we find that we give a lot of preference to sports towards women.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ntuli. Apologies there. Cecilia, you know, when we talk about federations, organizations that are really leading the way when it comes to women's sport and women in sport, you can't have this discussion without including netball. Congratulations as well at the Netball World Cup. So there's something that this federation has done, and you've done so well in terms of securing those partnerships and the sponsors. What's the secret?
Correct. Morning, Carol. I'm laughing because you asking me about the secret. And the hashtag of today, it says it all. It's up to me. As a leader, when I took office in 2017, I'm not even 2 years in office. You know, I had goals to say, as a former player, as a former coach of the national team, and as a former administrator of Limpopo, where do I want to see netball going? And what is that I would love to see happening in netball? These were the things that I didn't achieve as a player because of certain reasons. And do I want those players to be like me? Or do I want to change a life? Because I always say, change begins with you. They say always be the change you want to see. So I said, if I want to see change, I must start first by saying, what is that I want to change? And when we took office, the first thing we said is, netball it's only funded by SPAR as one of the big sponsors. And SAB was going to say, we are no longer SAB Breweries, there's the Amberf now coming in. We are not coming in for the Netball Premier League. And then, you know, what is said, as I was sharing with Mama Maria yesterday, to say, it was women who were saying to me, yeah, you came in and you're going to fail. Not women who were saying to me, we will lift you up, we'll come with you and we'll do this together. And it said that when I went all out, I wanted to prove women wrong, that I can do this. Instead of women saying, let's come together, let's do these things together. So, you know, they always say, I have this belief in me that if God put you to something, he will put you through it. When he said to me, you are going to lead netball, and I said yes. I don't believe it's me who was saying yes. God wanted me to come into netball and make the change that it is. And funny enough, because after I came into netball, things started going the other way that I never expected. But I'm one person, I never focus on the negative. Because I always believe what happened in the past, or what happens 10 minutes ago, nobody of us here has the power to change it. So I always believe in focusing in what's coming in front of me, what is there that I can do to change. Then we were 6 months in office, and I remember I was at council meeting, and I said, we have to bid for 2023 Netball World Cup. My own council member said to me, you are too forward, wapapa. You see, you cannot be not even a year in office and think you can bid for a World Cup and win it. And I said, you know, they say when you put your mind to something and you believe in what you put in your mind to, if you have that faith, it will happen. And I said to them, just give me the blessings. All I need from the council is the blessing that as an executive, we're bidding for the World Cup for 2023. We just want this to happen. Then we went to government. When we went to government said, Cecilia, you are dreaming. I got that also from government. You're dreaming because of you've got 2 months to put in the bid. And you're talking plus minus 100 million. And I said, that is a bid document money for another federation. Me is for hosting. You see, that's the difference. So I had to believe in what I'm presenting for me to get what I think it's worth, not for me, but for netball in the country. And not for netball, but for women's sport in the country. Because it was time that rugby hosted the World Cup, football hosted the World Cup, cricket hosted the World Cup. These are all led by men. And I said, when it will be time that a female-led organization will host the World Cup. And I said, as I said, if you want to be the change, if you preach change, be the change you want to see. Then I said, I want to leave a legacy. and say, in my reign, this is what I did. And that's what that led me to say, let's go for this, and we do this. And we had to convince, we had to jump hurdles that you can't even imagine that you have to jump. Ausintambi is laughing because she knows what I went through for me to get that World Cup into South Africa. So it's what you believe in. And then after that, it's funny that as women's sport, we have to perform first for people to start believing in us. Why is it so sad that we have to perform first? Now people is talking netball. They'll tell you, oh, your goal defense, the world player of the series. Oh, Bongi, your captain. Now they even know them by name. And men that I never thought, my CFO at work, Maria, let's not talk too much. My CFO at work, he called me when I was in Liverpool and said, the girls are doing well. And I said, Nasima, is it you, or am I having it wrong? Because he's a chartered accountant. I don't even think that you chartered accountants watch netball. Norale men, you understand? Norale men. So I was like, okay, this is happening. Then after that, even yesterday, Carol, is that I cannot talk about it here, but I still have to make a formal announcement. I had to sign 2 major deals just because of netball, and I believed in what I wanted to do and what I believed in. That's why I'm saying it's up to me. If you are a leader, you believe in what you want to do and you put your mind and soul and heart at it, it's going to happen. I was preaching in February, I believe on the 13th, I'll never forget the dates because they've got a significant meaning to my life. Because on the 13th of February, I pleaded to the media to say, there's a league coming and there's no sponsor. On the 14th, I had 2 beautiful presents ever. The first one was a dress for my late husband, who brought me a dress, not knowing that is the last dress that is by me in this world. Then the second one was a call from Telkom to say, we saw you on TV. We would like to have a meeting with you. And I want to say Telkom believed in us before even 2023 was announced. And on the 19th, I got a mail from INF to say, you are the host of 2023. And after that, I got a call from Twiza to say, we want to be on board. And I'm like, God, why are you giving me bittersweet moments? Why are you doing this to me? And then they started coming on board. And they're still coming on board. The secret is, there's no secret. It's that these men that are sitting in the boardrooms, they want us women to perform first. Or is it what we are selling to them that we need to perform first? Like they say, if you are a woman, Carol, you must bear kids first and then they will marry you. So it's like this thing that we have installed in men, that we have to perform something first for them to believe in us. But enough is enough. We don't have to be treated like that. And Mama Maria, believe you me and you are saying it's a national league. I don't want to see these things being national league. Ours is a national league, yours is a national league. It should be a professional league. Yes. Where players wake up in the morning, go and do what they love most, play netball, play football, and be paid for what they are doing. Because Mama Maria, I'll always say, and I'll always say it in my life to say, when you want a job done, send a woman. It will be done perfectly. So if you send us as women, we will show you how it's done. We went to France. We came up victorious. Why I'm saying that? Because it was the first time that we qualified for the World Cup as South Africa to go to France. We came out victorious. The results of going there, we were going to test the ground, La Liga, Spain. We were going to test the ground. Watch us. But the only way that we can compete Spain is when we have professional leagues, not national leagues, whereby we play the home and away games. We get these players being paid, doing what they love most, not to wake up in the morning, go to work, in the afternoon, go and train. And if we can reach that, Mama Maria, then I'll say we have done something for this country and for the women in this country.
Hashtag it's up to me. Nomsaso, you've been elected president of Africa Universities. How does this league, how will the National League, do you think that will have any impact in South African sports in particular and Africa's universities?
I think it will. And as the General Secretary of COSAFA has said, I think South Africa is always ahead of many. And South Africa tends to set the tone. And I think it is key that we really need to fix the conveyor belt. The conveyor belt meaning how do we move from school sport to community sport, university sport, and to our national teams. And I think at some point as a country, we need to have a frank conversation about sports and its leadership across the board. This thing of continuously as women, we are seen as second best, it has to stop. But it can only stop if we strategize as women. There is no way that continuously we are the ones that are buying the soccer boots for our kids. We're the ones that are buying the first set of spikes, the first set of court shoes for our girls. And then the decision makers, as you saw, the SAFA Congress, are all male. Now, it is important for Africa sport because continuously Africa goes to World Cups in different sporting codes, but Africa doesn't do well. The question is, what is the problem? And according to me, it's not been proven scientifically, but according to me, there are things we don't do correctly in our continent. We do not really identify talent very early and nurture talent. It is my dream as a South African that in this country where we have 26 universities, each university must focus on a specific sporting code. Yes, we might compete, but you need to have experts. If you go to countries that have won the World Cup and you try and ask them, and when I say the World Cup, I'm not only speaking about football, you will realize that players that are probably in the World Cup squad, the senior team, have played in most of their junior teams. But it doesn't happen in our country, and it doesn't mostly happen in the continent. So for me today, it is up to me and you to fix this conveyor belt. Because if along the way people fall, we will not win any World Cup. And congratulations again to African netball for being in the top 8. And I think for me, it was really a joyous moment to see Africa in the top teams. And I think, ladies, I'll take this opportunity to share this with all of you. It is my responsibility and your responsibility to ensure that each one of us succeed. And it is not Ausria's responsibility as an individual to see to it that we get support for the National League. It is not Cecilia's responsibility as an individual that when we have these leagues playing, they play to an empty stadium. It doesn't make sense. All of us are sitting here today. We know the National League is starting on Saturday at Nike Center. Let's make it our business to go and support each other. Remember, corporates are interested in the numbers. They want return on investment. And it is up to us to ensure that we give them reasons to invest in us. But we must start by investing in ourselves.
I'm going to open it up now to the floor as well for any comments or questions that you might have at this juncture. Are there any? Raise your hand. Right. Yep.
I just wanted to check with the chartered accountant from Lotto, a young chartered accountant. I know that Lotto it's advertising a lot on billboards, advertising a lot on TV, and I know it's a lot of money that they are paying for those advertisements. Wouldn't it be cheaper or equally the same to put your logo on all the 12 teams and sponsor them so that you don't have to go to each and every province because they are already representing you in those provinces?
Okay, no pressure. I think
before you respond, I think I should also comment about Lotto.
Yes, of course.
I think from my side, I just want to commend Lottery because the work that we do for women in sport, it's from the funding that we get from Lottery. And I think if we didn't get funding from you, sponsors are not sponsoring sports. They won't sponsor programs that are actually advocating for women in sport. And I would want to thank you guys for doing your good job. Thank you.
So you just have that one. There's another project. We hear you are sponsoring project. So we have this National League project. I think you will consider Chartered Accountant to look at it.
Yes, it's true that we spend a lot of money, trying to showcase, in particular this in this time we are celebrating being 20 years in existence, so we are everywhere for that reason, that we showcasing the work that the Commission has been doing, in particular in regulation, but also as mentioned earlier on, just celebrating the contribution that the Commission would have made in advancement of poor communities in the country. The investments, correct, it is because it is a way of showcasing what we do, and there isn't I think if you look at our call, for instance, in this year, and when you do have time, please go on and check what is it that we are funding this year, in particular with the sports sector. There is as I've said earlier on, there is preferential preference given to women in sports and transformation, and transformation includes women, and therefore we would, as an organization, with no doubt benefit quite a bit in just the exposure that we would get from just being shown in the different provinces that would be participating in the league. So yes, there is no doubt a benefit both ways when we get to be shown on screens and just showcasing the wonderful work that we are doing. I think also with COSAFA, if I may, who have also done quite a brilliant job, and we thank you for that, on how they would have indicated with pride that they were funded by us, and that also then just the offspins are that there's confidence in the work that we do as a body of government, so to say. So there's no doubt that we would welcome that kind of showcasing of our brand, and indeed we welcome the invitation from your side in looking at the work that you do and what can be possible through our funding. Indeed, yeah.
Okay, we have to wrap this panel discussion off very shortly. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Right up front here, my love. Yeah.
Thank you. Hello? Sabotage. This is sabotage. Hi, Luandile I'm a SASCOC board member. I want to ask a particular question to Sue from COSAFA. If we look at the top 8 from the last Women's World Cup, all right, bar USA, most of them are playing in the European Champions League, all right, Women's Champions League. How far do you think we are as Africa to get a female Champions League? and how much impact do you think it would have on global performance going forward?
I think that is what we should be striving for, is a Women's Champions League. And if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be the COSAFA region, because we are trendsetters, you know. But first we've got to get our countries to have national leagues. So let's start from there. But undoubtedly, National League is going to be feeding the national teams. So it's like a chicken and egg situation. I mean, of course, we've got to grow it from grassroots. But as a region, as a zone of CAF, what are we striving for is to develop women's football, both on and off the field. But let's take the players for the moment. We want to develop every one of the 14 national associations that make up COSAFA, so that we can, with pride, go to the Continental Championship, which we only have one at the moment, but that's going to change in the not too distant future. We're going to have an under 17, and an under 20 Continental Championship. That is what we need, because anyway we have to qualify for the World Cup. So how do you bypass the Continental? So going back to going a step back, we need to develop our 14 countries to make sure that we are always in the top 3. There's somebody from the region in the top 3. And maybe it is, generally speaking, South Africa is normally up there, but and sometimes Zambia, and sometimes Namibia, and sometimes Zimbabwe has qualified. But it's too few within the region, so that is our goal, that's our mission, to develop football, women's football, in the region. And this year, just 2 weeks ago, we did the unthinkable in that we had a senior women's and an under 20 women's tournament concurrently in Nelson Mandela Bay, and it was a resounding success. We are now going to Mauritius next month for the first ever under 17 regional competition. But how are we going to have teams from our region? If we don't have enough, of course, we will invite from outside. But how do we get each of our national associations to field a team? And some cannot. Some have already fallen by the wayside with the under 17 and said, we're not in a position yet to be putting up a team for the under 17 or the under 20, because they don't have sufficient depth as South Africa does, as Namibia does, some of our countries. So we've got to go back to the building blocks, and besides the grassroots we're talking about, but the leagues. So, and once we've got the teams participating in all of our regional competitions, this is fine, okay. But are we still developed enough to be able to take our place meaningfully at continental championships and indeed maybe the world stage if we are not playing football on a regular basis? Our girls are maybe playing football in school, and then maybe it's a provincial tournament, etc. But as many of the speakers here have said, the importance is of playing football, of them playing football on a regular basis. They may not be professional, that will come, but they must be playing day in and day out. Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to have one last question or comment from the floor, and as the microphone makes its way to you, I'm just going to have a closing comment here, Patience, from SASCOG. Your views regarding the Women's National League, of course, and any other closing comment that you might have.
Yeah, look, as I said earlier on, it's a great opportunity, and congratulations to SAFA and the team that led that finally they're launching the league. I think my closing remarks is that, one, as SASCOG, we need to continue urging our federations to take issues of women in sports seriously. And I'm saying this on the basis that we should always come up with ideas in terms of how federations must do it. They need to sit and come up with clear strategies in terms of how to deal with it. I mean, one of the things that we were saying to them, for example, was that if you come to a SASCOG General Assembly meeting, it's 2 people that come to the meeting. We've been saying to the federations, if President is Danny Dojan, he must make sure that he brings a female person or a woman who will shadow in terms of what is it that we discuss in the meetings. So we're still urging them to do that. But I think while I'm talking that, we must not bring in people that are our friends. We must bring in people who will make an impact and a difference in that particular sport. Because you see the tendency, and I know, the tendency is that you rent a crowd instead of getting people that have got a passion to come and do what is expected of them to do. And I think it's high time that we just need to focus on that. And I think obviously, lastly, we always say we don't have resources. When it's a women's thing, no money. When it's other things, our money is available. So I think we should put money aside to make sure that we support our women in sport. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Carol. Let me appreciate the inputs from the panel members, at least from our side as government. We are in a way confident that indeed issues of transformation agenda in sport are going to be driven by all of us that are seated in this room. It should not be only the responsibility of government to make it a point that women are given the necessary support that is given to your male counterparts. I believe that if federations can start moving from dealing with issues of empowerment of women in sport in silos, I believe that this country is going to go to the greatest heights that we want to go to. The other issue is with regard to what Netball South Africa has managed to achieve. And I want to say to all the federations that are here, to say there is nothing that you are going to lose if we can approach Netball South Africa and SAFA and say, what are the modalities that you have used for you to arrive to this level where you are? I believe what the president has raised to say it was women themselves who were not in a way convinced in the vision that she was possessing when she was elected. I don't want to really believe that all is lost. We can still improve on that as women, because ourselves as government, we always advocate for women to always be united, because if we are not united, we'll never go anywhere. So it's up to us if we want to be united, and also if we want to, go step by step with each other and drive this transformation agenda to where we want to see it going. To NLC, as provincial governments like Limpopo, rural provinces like ourselves, we want to really appreciate your work so far, because we are where we are today because of your support. But we want to also make a clarion call to other big corporates that we have in the country, your Vodacoms, your MTN, and all these other key stakeholders. Limpopo is a mining company, and when you look at the level at which those mines are contributing towards the upliftment of the communities where they come from, I believe it's something that we need to look into, working together between government and SASCOC and other federations that we have in various provinces. I believe that let us join hands and address all these issues holistically. Thank you.
And then we've got one final comment from, there we are, yes.
All right, then this is to the NLC. So I wanted to check, Nomsa spoke about changing the conveyor belt, and I just wanted to ask if the NLC has or includes programs with the funding that help the recipients of the funding to be more commercially and financially viable, because it's always sad to see programs end up collapsing without the lottery funding. So do you have, or is it possible to then can have some sort of program to help beneficiaries to be commercially and financially viable, so that the National Lottery can then scale down and eventually maybe pull out of these programs and not have them collapse?
Thank you for the question. It's quite a pertinent question, in that, for us, we probably do experience instances where people tend to over rely on the funding, and I think we've seen that as a risk. And I think as an organization, we've got different initiatives that we've tried to introduce so that we address. One, for instance, is that we do have structured capacity building that we offer to our beneficiaries. In fact, where even after the program, there would be even given a qualification in that regard, and it would range from different areas, including financial management, so to say. But what we've also been trying to inculcate in beneficiaries is the issue of self-sustainability in the kind of projects that are coming to the organization, so that when we look, or rather when the adjudicators, because there is a set of adjudicators that are separate from administrators that have a look at these projects, their focus would also take into account how sustainable the project is before they can make a final decision to fund that kind of an organization. But also there are also other kinds of fundraising activities that from a regulation side that we would then teach when we go around the country, where we go province by province, where we try and explain what other alternative initiatives that they can do to raise funds. Simple things like, I'm sure you would have heard of, it may sound small, where schools, for instance, have a raffle ticket sale where you can win, and how they can use that as another form of sustaining themselves. But what we've also been doing lately, if you look at the arts sector that we are funding for as an example, there has been a lot of focus on agricultural projects as well, which in itself are very much sustainable, in that you would look at a project that would be saying food gardens, as much as we would fund the initial whatever it is that they would have asked for, but if we have confidence that when we pull away, that the communities are able to then continue with that kind of project. So it is that kind of approach in our funding model that we also look into, so that when we leave, we are not leaving you helpless, so to say. So it is a reality that we are dealing with as an organization, but with those few initiatives, we hope that it goes a long way to ensuring that there isn't over-reliance. But also, I'm sure you are aware that there would have been an introduction of a cooling-off period, which we've been getting a lot of differences from the communities at large. But I think it was because of those risks, for instance, where it was so fit that for the fund to reach as many organizations as possible, we should allow for organizations to get the funding, do what they're supposed to do, self-sustain themselves, and allow other organizations that may be in need of the funding to also access the funding of the Commission.
Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wrap this panel. I'm looking at the time. Is there any final word from any of the other panelists that you'd like to?
Okay, let me say, women, we must stop what we're doing. We are our worst enemies. I would love to see our patients a day whereby when we go to SASCOC, it's led by a woman. I would love to see that day. And I would love to see whereby when we're sitting together as women, we don't compete with each other, but we complement each other. If we can start by doing that as women, I think this country will be a better place. Not how best can I beat Desiree Ellis, but how best can I learn and complement her to be the better person she is right now as a coach. Not going out there to make sure that Sue, whatever she's doing, I must take her down, but let me take Sue up with me and learn a lot from Sue on what she's doing. Because as women, I think the demographics of the country and the numbers are saying that we are We are more than men. And it's time we take our rightful places. That means we should be the decision makers.
Thank you. Taking from what my sister and friend is saying next to me, as a young democracy in South Africa, we're 25 years into democracy. I want to plead with each one of us. Integrity and honesty is key. And we must be strong enough and bold enough to be honest, first with ourselves and with the next person. If we do that, we will be able to be stronger, but also we will then not compete, but complement. Talk to me, not about me. Thank you.
Thank you. Just my parting shot and plea. And I know that we've got many MECs in the House today who have the ears of the Minister in South Africa. But this is really a plea to the Council of Ministers that makes up Region 5. We hear and we have heard perennially about promoting the girl child, supporting the girl child until we're tired of hearing it, because that's all we hear. With the greatest of respect, when it comes to the Region 5 games, and it comes to let's just take football for an example. To have a tournament in Region 5, you're hard pressed to do so, because when the countries put their numbers in, and then the next step, the names, etc., it falls down. And you're lucky if you have 4 teams that are actually going to the Region 5 games at the end of the day. We need the Council of Ministers to really put their money where their mouth is in all of the countries. I'm not talking to South Africa only. I'm talking about all of the 10 countries on the continent that make up Region 5. We also need the support of the ministers of sport, and then to take it to their counterparts, so that we can make sure that our broadcasters are behind us in terms of women's and women's sport. And going back to what Dr. Jordan said, and I know we've got the media panel coming in now, maybe they can enlighten us a little bit more. But in order to try and solve some of our challenges, which are monetary in nature, we need sponsors, partners. And in order for that, we need broadcasters, or we need to do it in a completely different manner and start going the modern route and streaming, etc. But somewhere, somehow, we've got to have commercial value, for our sports, for our girls. We've got to have. We need to showcase what we're doing. From the players' perspectives, from the referees, and all of the behind-the-scenes stuff that we are doing to develop the sport, the administrators, from start to finish. If we don't have the power of television in some shape or form, or mobile content, so here comes the networks into it, because our little handheld devices are what drives many people's lives, most of our lives. So there's a source of money, but again, it comes down to it's women's sport, it's women's football, and development is almost like a dirty word. But if you went, if you were at, and Carol, you were at the recent FIFA Women's Conference, and you saw the likes of BBC and Fox as broadcasters talking about the significant investment that they are putting into women's football, not just because it's a CSI project, no, but because it's making sense, and that also must, we somehow need to get that message across to the corporates in South Africa and in Africa in general, that here is like SPAR and Telkom and Sasol for years, who have been bullish enough and bold enough to have put that peg in the ground and said, we will support you, and then ride the wave, as Pedro was saying. That's what we need. But if it's just the broadcasters and the television industry and media industry, we need the ministers to be in our ballpark. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sue, and a big thanks as well, to our panelists for their comments. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all of them. And I know that we want to take a group photograph of our panelists. All right, so much has been said about the role of the media, and that's going to lead us to our final panel discussion for today. We've got many of them here, members of the media that are with us, and some of them are going to be coming up on stage very shortly now as we discuss this, what it is that the media can be doing more of. Please welcome to the stage senior journalist at SABC Sports, Mr. Velile Nyandu. Round of applause. The founder of Sbu Mselegu Sports, he's a celebrated and award-winning journalist, is Mr. Sbusiso Mselegu. From Vision View Sport, we've got the COO here, Ms. Thandekile Nyembezi. Please come up on stage. From Super Sport, we've got a producer, senior producer as well, particularly working in football, Ms. Salome Naidu, here with us today. And we also have from SAFA Johannesburg, the president, Mr. Phil Mukhodi, who's very excited about the National League getting underway this weekend. Please come up, sir.
Ladies in red together. Yes.
Wow.
Carol.
Who? Me?
It's Vision View Productions.
Why?
Okay, so I'm going to start off by asking all of you here, just getting your comments on the National League, the importance of it, and the excitement as well from your different sports bodies. You said Vision View Productions, that's right. But I feel we'll start with you. Just the excitement of the National League finally getting underway, especially as someone who's been very involved when it comes to the development of women's football.
Thank you. I think one, I have to thank our president and Mayor Alitova and all the women that have played the football. I remember very well, I think 1993, the first game of Banyana Banyana, they were playing against Swaziland. And when you look at the developments, I'm not surprised. I know we're going to do well. And it's just that one of the key issues that if you look at the CEOs that are there, most of being the women that are doing nothing for sport. And that's another thing. The other point that I want to address, there's a space where you deal with women football. It's not like a young boy, in a township or rural area, when a young boy grows from 11 years, he goes out, he go to the street, he play football, call one ball or whatever, play football. Then the challenge here with the women that have been listening, the challenge is that it's the same women today, they don't encourage the young girls to play football. When the child say, I'm playing football, they say, what? The same people. And these are the things that we need to address, becomes a family matters, to encourage the thing. You go to school, we've tried to open the leagues, junior leagues at school. You'll find that, you remember at primary, 80% of the teachers are madams. They'll discourage these young girls to go and play with them. I advise of you to say, why don't you play netball instead of football? So it's so much that we need to do so that develop. Remember, you are having players that are playing now. Khatlani, player of the Africa. Desiree, she started playing coach of the year for Africa. And if you look at those things, then you go to the families. It's not happening. Some of them, they prefer to go watching Chiefs and Pirates because the TV, you are talking media. They'll be seeing them with their makeups on the TV. But women football, Dobsonville, wherever, they don't go to those games because there's no TV. I think these are some of the things that we need to address. Thank you.
Yeah. And this is the panel to address it in. You're talking about television. I know that Vision View Productions, it's television, it's radio as well. Is there a buzz, is there excitement about the National League getting underway, and just how much of a priority is women's sport for Vision View?
Good afternoon, everyone. I think for us, women's sport is a priority. I think women in sport is also a priority. I think when you look at the makeup of our organization, it's testament to that. I think when Phil talks about support of female CEOs, I think support, from my view, hasn't always been about money. So I think when it comes to women in sports, I've always been, especially with the new presenters and new people who I encounter, I will always be the first one to be like, if you need media training, come to me. If you need help with your game, come to me. You can come to any of us. We're always quite open to that. So it's not always about giving money. Sometimes the human resource within media is what the helping hand needs. So I think a lot of the times we've heard about TV coming on board in terms of like showcasing our games, but that's not the only thing available, you know. I think us launching a digital radio station was to give access to not the big three. The big three have a lot of media attention, and maybe women's football not so much, but I think we have made an avid effort with Vision View Sports Radio to ensure that all the sporting codes get a fair chance, and there's a good mix of male, female, and getting it out there. I think the league will be great because it'll be a continuous buzz. I think when it comes to women's football, Banyana we peak, and then there's a lull, and then that doesn't help creating some kind of consistency. So I think the league in itself will create a consistent chatter, and therefore because there's consistent chatter, then what everybody's been talking about this morning is that then the chatter then will build to sponsorship and all those other things becoming involved, because then you've got radio always talking about it, the print is always talking about it, there can be guests on TV shows to talk about it because there's something to talk about. It's difficult to talk about an event that happens quarterly, you know. So I think the league is great, and it'll be nice for the women who are participating and the ones who can now aspire to participate to have something there. So I'm very excited about the league, and I think both our businesses are very excited about the league as well.
Velile, yourself, Sbu, and others like you would have previously spoken about, being on television and publicized the discussions that were had many years ago about having a professional women's league, why, and also questioning why it's taken this long and what some of the challenges are. You know the challenges, but have you looked at it from you as the media, from your angle, to say what are we doing and what more can be done as well? So you're talking from an SABC Sport perspective. Now you've got the National League that's finally here. What needs to be done?
Thank you, Carol. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm talking from my experience as a football journalist, not on behalf of my company. But I think I have to say that it's an exciting moment. It's an exciting moment because personally, football for me has done a lot. I never had this desire to even be a journalist, but at a very young age, through being involved with football, I took this path to pursue journalism. But also I have to say that growing up, I come from a school in Bisho where the current president of Cricket South Africa, Chris Nenzani, is a teacher there, is a deputy principal there. And at that stage, he also entrusted me to also start a women's football team. So I've trained a women's team as well in Bisho High. Last year, when this process, the consultative process started, I remember Australia, they had one at the Safa House, and we asked a lot of questions there. And I think the first target was to launch in March, and we continue to ask questions because it is our job, because we play a very critical role. I work in a department at SABC that supplies content to all the 18 radio stations, and you will find that the majority of the stations, they are broadcasting to all the corners of the 52 SAFA regions. So in terms of our focus is not only at national level, but it is also at your LFA level, at your regional level, and sometimes you find that in terms of coverage, these are the areas that are neglected. And on Monday at the office, we were discussing the kickoff of the league this week, and our focus, it was simple, that it is not from a national angle as well, because it is through my colleagues that I also learned of teams in Limpopo like Two Touch Academy, when Nkomatlo is also playing, and I think in South Africa we also come a long way. Because one of the debates from that consultative forum last year was whether this league is going to be a national women's league or it is going to be a professional women's league. But you also find that in Bloemfontein, we had a program that we had as SABC jointly with the PSL called Sekunjalo, and that program was, we had a journalist attached to each PSL team, and that is when we started to have this strong focus on the Bloemfontein Celtic women's team. So these are the things that moving forward, I think also from our side as journalists, there's one thing that does make me happy, because I know the colleagues who cover women's football, and we see the same faces all the time. So I think the challenge is also on the editors. It's also on all the media houses out there to embrace this, because the dynamics of the game, or how to cover the game, have changed. You will recall in 2011, we were on a similar platform. We were called by FIFA, and 8 years later, in fact, at that time, social media was not strong enough. But today, we can talk about Vision View on this platform. We can talk about social media. We can talk about live streaming and all those things. But what is proven, especially in Africa, is that traditional media is strong. And if you don't believe that traditional media is strong, you would have seen in the last few weeks what has been happening with football here locally. So as much as there's this progress that is there with social media, but it is also critical that for this league to succeed, traditional media, being your print, being your radio, and also being your TV, also starts to play a leading role. Because unlike in the past, if we take ownership as also citizens of this country to make sure that something like this program succeed, it also opens a lot of doors for us as well. I'm saying this talking from experience, coming from covering an AFCON tournament in Egypt, where I took myself. But as soon as I got there, all the challenges that I was having, it was a thing of the past, because I was getting a lot of support from fellow South Africans who come from different areas. So I think the time has come for us as journalists to also not see ourselves as them, but this is part of us. I thank you.
Sue, your viewpoint on this, and also tell us about the rise of women's football, women's sport through the years.
Well, I'm not going to be very long, because I think we are still laying out the ground. What I can say is that women's football or sport has grown in leaps and bounds. But unfortunately, it is sad that it hasn't received the kind of support that it deserves. And I personally think we as members of the media should hang our heads in shame, because we haven't given women as much coverage as they deserve. They have had to pull themselves by the strings of their boots to get where women's sport is today. And I think the women's sport in this country deserves much more support than it is getting. I'm excited about the league that is kicking off on Saturday, and I appeal to all South Africans to support it wholeheartedly.
Salome, you know, when it comes to television, media as a whole, actually, you talk about the need to have you need to have the content to put out there and to talk about. So without the content, then you can't play your role of following up and putting it out there. Now we've got the National Women's League that's kicking off. You're a producer at SuperSport, and you focus primarily in football, and that's your history as well. Tell us about, is there a buzz when it comes to this National Women's League? Is this a step in the right direction as well for not only women in football, but women in sport as a whole?
Thank you, Carol. Hi, everyone. You know, for the longest time, I've been producing football and men's football. So for me personally, it's just such an exciting, rewarding experience that the launch is taking place. There's a lot of buzz at SuperSport, and that is why I'm here today. In fact, I contacted Safa and I said, please, can I be here? I want to be here. I want to capture this moment. It's so historical, and I want to showcase it not just to South Africa, but to Africa. You know, and it's so important that we think of ourselves as Africans first, you know, because we're showcasing everything that happens on the whole continent. So it's so important that we deliver this message to would-be fans and, you know, sports lovers across the continent. So we are very excited. We're here to support the launch. We will support the league, and, you know, we will find ways how can we get this visually across to the fans and viewers across the country and showcase the talent that females have.
Because, but for some will say maybe it won't be as exciting, this National Women's League. It won't be as competitive. I don't know. Would you beg to differ? Tell us a little bit about some of the skill that we should expect once it kicks off at the Nike Centre on Saturday.
No, I mean, you have seen from COSAFA 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. You have seen from World Cup. Those who are the prophets of the doom, I don't think that. They need to come personally and watch this football. But they must also make sure that this is a early stage. You know, they must not even compare this women league with the PSL, because that's where we'll lose the whole thing. And the other challenge that I've seen, because I saw Jessica was sitting here, I was saying, I think it's time now that in South Africa, we can't beat by England, we can't beat by Spain. They need to, these big teams, the 16 teams, to come on board and partner with the teams, because I can tell you, one of the challenges, you know, when there are two things I always share with people. Is either your hands are short, you can't reach the pocket, or your pockets are you've got nothing in the pocket that deep. Because to sustain this league, we need these giants of football. I mean, you know how much they share every month to that, and they can afford to take this women football further. Thank you very much.
Jessica, let's get a comment from you. While we're at it. Here's a microphone. You know, talking about from a league perspective as well, and the clubs, your excitement when it comes to the National League launching this weekend.
On the spot. True media woman, hey? No, thank you very much, Carol. And it's lovely to be here. Obviously, it's very exciting to see women's sport in general growing, but to see women's football, congratulations to Mambria and to the president, Mr. Jordan, for taking the steps. And I think it is important for us as clubs to start looking at the space, and I know we have. I think the key thing is how to do it properly, because the investment required, the facilities required are very key. So it's something that we are looking into. And I know that other clubs in the league, I think Sundowns and Bloemfontein Celtics have teams, and there is a desire for us to take it forward. What I would love to see is a deeper collaboration between the PSL and SAFA. While we're learning from the league, I think locally a partnership and holding hands would really, really empower us jointly. So I look forward to that.
Can you give Dr. Jordan the microphone?
Yeah, I think Jessica will know
One of the first clubs to have a women's team was Kaiser Chiefs. They had a very, very good women's team. It's time for them to come back. Now, what energized the English League for Women's Football? In the English League of Women's Football, you have Manchester United, you have Manchester City, you have Tottenham Hotspurs, you have Everton, and the list goes on and on. What energized the league in Spain? Barcelona, Espanyol, Villarreal, Seville, and so on and so on. Who was the last to join? Real Madrid. Now, can you imagine Real Madrid versus Barcelona women's team? Kaiser Chiefs versus Pirates winning women's team. So in terms of building brand, you can do one of two things. You can put a lot of money behind the marketing and brand building of each of the 12 teams, or you create opportunity for those 12 teams by adding another 4 teams that has built their brand over many, many years. And that's a conversation that we must have, and that will accelerate the interest. They will tell you in Spain, they have 53,000 spectators. Because in any case, when they watch Chiefs and Pirates, the majority of the support in that stadium are women. And when Chiefs and Pirates play women team, even if half goes, it's 25,000. Because a fan of the club is a fan of the club. And so it's a conversation that we must have. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say also, make that comment, and then also just to add to that, I mean, is women's sport commercially viable for the media?
Okay.
Be honest about that.
Okay, before I get to that directly answering your question, I would like to go in an about way. You know, I've been thinking about this whole thing, and Australia, thank you very much for this initiative. I think for the National Women's Football League and women's sport to be successful, we need to have a change or a mindset change as a nation. I actually jotted this down because I didn't want to mumble it up. If you read the Bible, in Romans 12, verse 2, starts with these words: do not conform to the pattern of the world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. We need a renewal of our mindset, starting from the society, because society as a large, I think much as we are living in a democratic society, women are still oppressed from the home upwards. Parents still treat the boy child differently to the girl child. It is, for me, it is very disturbing that at this age in time, we are still dealing with issues such as teenage pregnancy. And these girls are not impregnating themselves. It is these boys that we are bringing up badly as parents. And also some of these teenage girls are being impregnated by elderly men. So it is a societal thing. And then how do they succeed in spheres like sport and growing up to be powerful women in politics and in the corporate world? So how do we change this? We start with the society, because the family is the basis of any society. And then going up to the government, our government, I'm very impressed that our cabinet, we've now achieved a 50-50 cabinet. At SAFA level, SAFA has done very well in incorporating women in the national executive, much as we had here. Abosis Nomsa saying it's still not enough. But I think SAFA needs to be applauded, because if you look, they are doing much better than the other two big sporting federations, which is rugby and cricket, when you look at the top level of those federations. So we need a partnership, society, government, and sport federations. And what I think needs to happen for women's sport in general to succeed, I think our government must implement a policy that I call an SEE, just that like they did with the PEE, a sports equality enforcement policy. That will enforce equality in sport. And that can only succeed with a partnership between government, private sector, and sports federations. And the government should also set up a fund that will promote women's football. A partnership, as I said, from government, private sector, and the sports federations, where a pot will be formed, where there will be money, because women are struggling because of us men, because we've been oppressing them for so long. So there are very few open-minded men who would willingly let women run. And I grew up being told that the best man for any job is a woman. So, and then finally, I think for this project to be successful, after we have now had this talk shop, and sometimes in South Africa we love our indabas. But when it comes to implementation, dololo, as young people would say. So I think after this, there must be an adaptation of some policies and implementation, sustainability and consistency. Recently, SAFA held a workshop, a very, very successful and powerful workshop, where former players were invited and a number of stakeholders. And the outcomes were great. But since then, I think I only had one feedback that the steering committee that was formed there had met. Since then, I haven't heard anything. I haven't gotten any feedback. So we are good at these workshops and talk shops, but implementation when it comes to action, I think let us act on this, and then this league and women's sport will be successful. Well, commercially viable, I think the media will say no. And what is the reason for that is because when you look at the media, even the structure, just as every structure in this country, they are very male heavy at the top. So the decisions are still being taken by men on behalf of women.
Yeah, just on the issue of implementation, and it would be very good to have Kaizer Chiefs and Orlando Pirates joining Sundowns, Celtic, and also Amatax in this space. But one of the things that really attracted me to Vision 2022 was how they were also targeting from the fourth tier, which is the SAB Regional League, the ABC Mutsipe, the First Division, and then the PSL, for each team to be granted its license when it comes to club licensing, to have a women's team. And I think until that policy is enforced, we are not going to find a strong and vibrant national women's league, because it's all good for the 16 or 12 teams at the top to have that, but the feeder, where is the feeder coming from? So it's important that as the president was putting the second phase, what was achieved in the first phase, and now in the second phase of Vision 22, that maybe we need to push more on club licensing, especially at the lower level. And one of the critical areas there is the implementation of this policy of the women's, that each team should have a women's team. And I think it's possible that because you don't even need to go and set up a new team. You can even partner with a team in your region, because SASOL teams are provincial teams, and those are the same teams which are also operating in an ABC Mutsepe style as well. So I think going forward, it's important that we solidify that base so that we can have a stronger National Women's League.
But what's the role of the media, Thandile? You can also add to those comments, and what as the media, what we need to do.
Look, I think we definitely need to be out there, but I think we've spoken a lot about the football, right? But there's a lot of back end to football that I think as media we require. So it's great to launch a league and what have you, but who are these players? And how do we get information on them? You know, so you're going to need websites, or a website that's going to tell us who this number 10 is, this number 12 is, from which team logos. We're going to need that info because that's how, if I know a score but I wasn't there, or maybe I was there watching but I don't know, like maybe I didn't get the team sheet, but now I can actually write a story about it. I can see the stats on the website to see, oh, okay, this is the top goal scorer. Maybe I can shoot an insert with this person. It gives media ideas on what to cover. But if there's no back end, then it's very difficult for us to even have the idea, because I mean currently as things stand, they don't have a broadcaster. We don't know where we're going to watch these matches except to be there, and we can't all be there all the time. So until a time where there's a broadcaster on board, or a means to watching the games, then we have to rely on what is supplied to us, you know, the match reports that are written, or, you know, the team sheets. I mean, Brafil spoke about Chiefs and having teams, but I mean, we've seen it's possible with Diski. It's compliance. Once you get to the PSL, you have to have field and under 19 teams. So it is possible for clubs to do that who don't have necessarily strong or depth in their development structures to do it because it's a requirement. But I think for me, the critical thing, and it's something we do badly here in South Africa, to be honest, stats, information, you know, I think I've wanted to start like a sports website where you can get stats. How many goals has Noko scored in her like national team and club level? Do you understand what we don't know? Nobody knows that. Nobody keeps track. So like what I'm trying to say is that sometimes we start really well and we go, but then once you realize you're 5 years in, you're like, shucks, I don't have stats on this guy, you know. And that's why you'll be watching Chiefs, Pirates, or Celtic and Cape Town City, and they're like first league match and it ends there, first league goal, you know. It doesn't have stats like 300th goal in 10 seasons, because nobody's keeping those stats. So, or if they are, we don't know who they are to access them. So I think if there's something that SAFA can do, because now they're starting something new with this particular league, is to do the back end well, to have a stats department, to have somebody who's going to update us on who these players are, you know, who are the people to watch out for, the shining stars. And then we're able to like pick and choose like we do with other sports, you know. So I think there's lots that we can do, but we do need a lot of support from them in terms of what they supply us off the field.
Yes, I'd just like to echo on that, Thandikile. I agree with you 100%. We as the media, we are storytellers at the end of the day. We weave the background stories, the history, the dreams of all the players, you know, in the various sport genres. But if we don't have the content, we can't join the dots, and we can't form a story, and we can't convey that to our audiences. So definitely it starts with the groundwork, stats, player profiles, and, you know, just general interest around players. I mean, you know, just getting an ISO of a player, putting up a graphic with all the stats, that alone, you know, it's educational, it's informative, it gains interest, it starts building branding momentum, exposure. You get to know the players on a first name basis. And ultimately, that's what you want to build on. You want to create hype. You want to create interest. So I think that's so important what you said, Thandikile, and it equips us to do our jobs better. You know, it makes us more insightful and to tell more interesting stories.
I come from a different school of thought. You know, there's one thing that the SAFA media department does well, sharing of content on its WhatsApp group, but sometimes we fight because, and they know that, because sometimes I will say, in a way, this is also promoting laziness. Because I come from a different school of thought where I feel that journalists have to go out there and find the content themselves. And I think one of the good things about having this festival, like you have the Diski, is that you've got everything in one place. You've got all the games in one place. And I've seen even win the COSAFA Cup, even recently when we covered in PE. But sometimes I understand, because not all the media departments or media houses are the same. You have your community radio stations, your community newspapers. So that platform where they have this WhatsApp group where they show all the content. But I feel that in the same way that we need the content to be provided, but also we need to go back to the basics of journalism, where we have to send the journalists to go and find the information themselves, because that is experience on its own, and that experience will lead to those journalists becoming better journalists, especially when you have to cover international tournaments and all those things. I agree that there are things that they need to provide, but let's go back to the basics as well.
All right, do we have a comment, a final comment from the floor, or question for our panelists here? Okay, there's two, right at the back.
Thank you. My name is Lydia Monyepao. I'm the Deputy Director at TACSport, the University of Pretoria, and a former Banyana player. I feel we missed a great opportunity. As I'm talking from women's football perspective. I know this is about women's sport, but obviously I'll always go back to the sport, my number one sport. We missed a great opportunity, two great opportunities. The first one being the Women's AFCON, and the second one being the FIFA Women's World Cup. In that, SABC, Velile, you know, I'm not criticizing you. I'm not killing you because you are there representing yourself. It was great that. Thank you, SuperSport, for showing the women's games, because 2015 we didn't have that, and it was a nightmare for us who follow women's football every day. And thank you for also having panel. Analysts to analyze some of the games. Hopefully next time it will be every single game. But the fact that we did not have women's football on SABC, where a Puti in Hamashashani does not have access to SuperSport, cannot see the women playing the sport on TV. We missed a great opportunity in attracting more women to the sport, in attracting parents to get their girls playing the sport, and attracting more sponsors as well. Because that was when, it was the first time Banyana qualified for the Women's World Cup. And it was a platform, it was the best platform we could have used in order to get more sponsors to come on board. But unfortunately, because SABC was not there, I'm talking SABC because it's the national broadcaster. Sorry, SuperSport. We know that SABC is the national broadcaster in South Africa, and every single household has got an SABC channel. And because we did not have that, we missed that a lot. But I'm appealing going forward to SAFA, to everybody involved, especially with the Women's National League. Can we get some of the games on SABC? Because that is the only way we're going to attract some of these girls to come on to sport. Some parents believe that football, some of the parents believe football is still for the guys, it's not for the girls. If they see girls playing football on national TV, I think they will be encouraged to get their girls playing the sport more. That is my comment. I think the media plays a very important role in getting the sport to the people and getting more participant in the sport. So it's imperative that people who've got a larger audience also get to air. We put our differences aside and we air the women's game, whether it be netball, whether it be women's rugby, whether it be cricket, the women's cricket, whether it be the National Women's League, that we air them on television so that everybody can see them. Not so many people know that the women's Springbok qualified for the 2021 World Cup. Rugby World Cup in New Zealand. I posted something on social media the other day and everyone is saying, but we didn't know. And we don't see it on TV. Maybe because the Springboks were playing on the same day against Argentina, I don't know. But we know that men always get preference when it comes to coverage. But we hope that in the near future, the women can also get a slice of the pie in terms of coverage, especially on major media channels. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There was another hand there, right? Yeah, same table.
Thank you, Carol. My name is Mbali Zanzi. I'm from boxing. I am the president of Showtime Boxing Promotions. I feel that I would not have done justice to my boxers and boxing at large if I just sat here and looked beautiful for my girls. Yes, thanks to the President and the Vice President, Dr. Jordan Sistria, for inviting us. It's not always that you get to be in a room full of people like this, prominent, successful women. Okay, we'll forget men today. Successful women that are driven and focused. And I think I would have lost an opportunity if I kept quiet about boxing. And let me start first by mentioning the role of media. Maybe, do you want me to, I'm getting pressure, do you want me to stand up, rather? Okay, all right. Wow, all right. You gave me that pressure, okay. Well, let me start by saying, if we did not have media, if you're looking at netball, if you're looking at women football today, we would not be talking about them. I'm talking men and females, and I'm talking your social medias. It's abuzz with what is happening in our country because media has been involved. And now I want to say at least they are lucky because it's good to see that there is some improvement and there's some empowerment going on in soccer and in your netballs. We don't have that that privilege in boxing. At some point we did have lotteries, but then I'm not sure what happened. I don't know if Sis Ndambi, when she left us in a lich and lotteries decided to go with you. But if you must come back, please come back. We are really battling with boxing, especially if you're talking females. It is saddening that at this point we're still talking your empowerment, we're talking preferential procurement, we're talking transformation and leveling the playing field, but there's nothing level about it. Because if you're talking payment, you're talking coverage of these women, you don't see them on TV. If then we have to cover them on TV, I started women boxing in 2003, and this is 2019, but we are still struggling. If we must get coverage, we must get any type of broadcast, it's either your tournament or your show is canned and you're not paid for it. But it is a different case when it comes to our male sport. When our girls are going international, already you go there as an underdog. Already you go there with a low self-esteem and low confidences with the girls. You're talking girls. You're talking fighting with girls that are branded in their countries. There is a car that is waiting for that girl to win. There is so much money that they are paid because there is so much money that is coming from different sponsors. We don't have that privilege as women. It's a sad state of events. So I'm appealing to whoever is listening in this room and out of this room to say, say there is boxing, we're still talking women that are giving birth to our leaders of our country. We're talking women that are leading families, that are feeding families. So if we don't empower them, we don't give them chances as equal as that of males in our country, then we're failing our country. We're not only failing women, because these women get to be mothers and single mothers to the boys and the girls that tend to be our leaders. So what are we saying? What do we want for our future South Africa? So I'm appealing again to say, look, boxing is here to stay. And I am here as an advocate that says, I've been there since 2003, and I'm still here now. I need South Africa to use me to make sure that I empower those girls. But then if I cannot stand on the shoulders of giants, then I do not have a firm place to stand on to support the girls, because it is not easy. You have women that have made it to your world title fights against all odds, and that are still paid your 100,000, and then you have a male boxer that is paid R1 million for the same type of belt. You have your WBFs, your IBOs, and whatever, and it's totally different when it comes to our girls. It cannot be right. And when we're talking democracy, we're talking empowerment, we're still talking the equality. It cannot be right. So, but mine is to say, we are here, we need your assistance, and we are here, we're saying, use us to empower the girls. But then all applaud goes to Caesarea for what you've done for us today, and thank you so much, and you all look beautiful. Thank you.
Can I chime in there, Carol?
Thank you.
Carol, can I just? Membali, right? So I think it's great, first of all, that you've been in boxing for so long, and especially promoting women. And I think primarily for me, I would say the same thing to you that I said the new Women's League needs to do. I think you need to tell us, where is this information sitting about your female boxers? Where is it sitting? Where are the stats? Where is the story that Veli is a huge football fan, but there's this time in the year where there's a lull, and he's probably looking for a story to do. You know what I mean? There's a time, even Salome knows, there's that lull where there's like no football, because football is that sport that doesn't require equipment. You just need a flat surface, some plastic bags, kids, and off we go, we can play. But in every for us as media people to do anything, to even try and create a story, we need information. First of all, we need to know that you guys are fighting. Who are these people fighting? Where do they come from? How did they get here? You know, oh wow, they're moms, they're this, they're that. Cool. Then I can phone you and be like, Mbali, like, I hear you're fighting, what's going on? Can we do, you know what I mean? Even Salome, whatever. But if we don't even know, then it's hard for us to even jump in on something that we have no knowledge about. I know, Sis Lydia, you said the women's rugby, I didn't know, you know, and it's the unfortunate thing that if you're not on social media, some things you don't even get to know about, you know, because people are not sharing it on WhatsApp or whatever. But I think the more if we know there's a definite source, like here's Mbali's boxing website. If we want to know about women's boxing, this is where we go. If we want to know about women's football, this is where we go. Netball South Africa is very good at like updating us on what their teams are doing. So that's where we go. When we want to know about PSL, we know where to go. So the critical thing for any sporting code that wants to be on the rise, whether it's darts, we need information. That's all. We need information. We need a springboard. Otherwise, you're really making us look for a needle in a haystack. So that's all I'm pleading for. We need information. We are always looking for content on our radio station. In fact, if you could all download Vision View Sports Radio, it's on your iOS, it's on the App Store, it's on the Huawei Store. Like, we have content from Monday to Sunday on all the sports, you know, court sports, netball, football, basketball. So I think there are platforms out there, and I'm making you aware of one. But if you can send us the information of where your girls are, what's going on, then we have a boxing show on a Friday. You know, we can definitely feed them information. The challenge that the media always has is, where do we find this information if it's not available online and you're not creating an advert, a promo on SuperSport or SABC or whatever? We're not going to know about it. So I think sometimes you also have to help us help you in order to make all these sports be better. And one more thing, media training. We out here. We can help your girls, your boys, whatever, because it is so important that somebody is comfortable in front of the camera or in front of a microphone to be able to speak their mind in whatever language and be comfortable to do that, to be able to collect their thoughts. I think we live in a country where we have 11 official languages, and sometimes we feel burdened to speak English as athletes, but I think just to be comfortable to know what you want to say is such a huge empowering thing for any athlete. So if you have athletes who are keen, send them to me or send them to us. We will help them, you know, so that when they are giving Veli an interview or Prasbu or even on Salome's show, then they are confident, and a confident athlete will bring sponsors. We've seen it happen with Tiko Modise. I mean, like, when I first met him, he couldn't string an English sentence together, you know, and now you see him so eloquent and sitting on SuperSport as an analyst, and I'm just like, wow, look at you, boy, you know. So there is a lot in building an athlete's confidence in terms of being comfortable in front of the media, and it just makes them more marketable. So I think that's something that everyone in this room shouldn't forget. Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to wrap this panel discussion. Final 2 comments. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. I will be short. Firstly, you know, when media does something good, we need to acknowledge that. And I think I need to acknowledge City Press, and I'm not buying Sbu's space because of, you know, if you check City Press I think they started, either it's in February, if I'm not mistaken, they were giving a page each month for women's sport. They actually, when SuperSport was covering, was bringing those women with the MTN 8, they gave us a full page on that. And immediately thereafter, there were a lot of other events that they were covering full page. Netball came in, they give us a back page. Banyana, when they were competing, they were giving us a space. Last week, they give us a bigger space also. I even wrote a letter to the editor, or the main editor of the newspaper, and I even met with him last week where I reminded him that they are doing a good job. It's once a month, it can be much better, but it's something. Actually, last week, it was 2 pages. 2 pages of women coverage on a newspaper. What if other newspapers start doing the same? There is a newspaper I won't mention by name. They don't do it. Not at all. Not at all. Oh, okay, you know. They don't cover women's sport at all. And some of them, when they do, it's for wrong reasons. So the issue is one, we have to acknowledge where it's happening and make sure that they improve on that. But what I want to check with SuperSport, you have talk shows, so many talk shows in SuperSport, and your talk show on women and sport, I'm not sure now whether it's still flying. But the issue is one is that why don't we look, because there's a lot of content. You said you need content. And with women, there's a lot of content in sport because they bring a different dynamic in sport. So I think you are actually not investing enough on women in sport, and especially on talk show because of you could actually cover the other programs and make sure that you give us not once a week, but at least possibly twice or thrice a week. But what I want to check also with all of you from a media point of view, do you have a policy when it comes to women in sport?
Let's have the last comment. Yo, this has moved from breakfast to brunch to over lunch. We really have to wrap it. So we're going to have the final 2 comments here, and then we're going to wrap it with our panelists. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Pinky. I'm just going to be short. I'm a footballer as well, ex-Banyana player. I just want to add on what Lydia has said. We share the same frustration where we don't get a lot of coverage. Mr. I forgot your name. Sibusiso, you've mentioned that women's soccer doesn't get a lot of coverage. Yes, we know that. But my question is, what is it that you guys are going to do differently that we get all that coverage so that we can reach people who are in the rural areas, remote areas, that they can be in the same, in line with everybody else? That's it. Thank you.
Final comment. Patient, yeah, right here? Yeah.
Thank you. I think money is a simple one. After Usisi from Me Boxing spoke, we always say to our big federations, let's mentor and carry some of the federations that they can't do. It's very easy. Let them knock at the doors of cricket, doors of football, ask them, how do you do it, or can you help us, so that we can also be able to be taken care of. So mentorship and assisting each other is important. Thank you.
All right, we're going to have closing comments from all of our panelists here. We'll start off with you, Brafil, and then you can answer some of the questions as well from the media.
Yeah, I feel I've been compromised because I'm not a media person, but it's fine. Mine is simple. It's simple, and I'm taking to the president and Maria Litoba. I know that women football, PSL, they're afraid to play at 11 o'clock. They say people are using muti. I don't know where does it come from. I think we need to take this space and ask them to play the game either 11 o'clock or whatever, because supporters, this thing of bringing people to sing gospel or DJs, whatever, must come to end, because we are owning this football. The second point is that I've seen this today when I listen to this, because unfortunately Dr. John taught me to be a politician in football. There's too much bureaucracy in South Africa. If you're listening, there's a commissioner of this, there's a commissioner of this. If you go to department, there's a national department is doing this. There's a provincial department of sport. You find also that in the same department, the department of school, the MEC of school also running sport in school football. You find that we need to deal with this thing, President, because we can't keep on. If football needs to be run, let it be run by footballers, so that we're able to grow. Like now we're talking about women football. It's important that this thing of women football driven by football people, not the people that have an agenda. I mean, PSL people know, people are sitting here. They know that they get invite to a PSL game. And that company, a media company, has been paid to do the job. People know that. You come weekend, this coming weekend, you'll find that most of the journalists, they'll go to the office of those teams to collect what do you call media? What do you call it?
Media accreditation.
Yes, because they are running by a certain independent company to run all these things. And that's where we're going to fail, because people will be saying there's a lot of sabotage. But I feel that it's time that SAFA come a little bit and deal with these things. If you remember, President, sometimes 10 years ago, you have a business wing of SAFA. It collapsed because it was run by a politician. He didn't understand what needed to be done with that business wing. I think SAFA has got all the means to run these things. I mean, I'm sitting here as COSAFA. I always say it can be. I was showing my friend now, President, that now we're talking women football. We want to take women football. But Zambia didn't attend that game in Morocco. There's a walkover. And we're sitting here, it's like, no, it's fine, no, nice tables. No, I don't believe on that. I come from Ekasi. I want to see things happening. And that's why I've been in football. I didn't come through a back door in football. I'm not going to fight with the media. I know they write about me because something I send, I phone him. 11 o'clock p.m., I phone them. I say, guys, what's happening with our football development? Now, if you are sitting here, check. You will get a video of Messi when he was 12 years. You'll get a video of Ronaldo when he was 7 years, capturing him at the early age. But in South Africa, there's no such. Dr. Khumalo is going football. People are Googling Dr. Khumalo about when he was, but they will never show Dr. Khumalo when he was 11 years. And that's what we don't invest on the thing. But going back to that, this commission president, because maybe Lotto doesn't like you, they're taking money somewhere. Lotto must just take to say, budget the money to say, every federation will get 100 million per annum. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Sure. Okay, I think my parting shot is a lot less. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Wedan, thank you, Maria, for this Women's League. I think it gives us more jobs, so yes, and it gives us more content, and I think we're looking forward to it as an organization, and we're hoping that we can work with you guys hand in hand. I think anything that's new is worth having partnerships and alliances, because we're all building for the same vision and mission, which is a great product. You know, I don't think all these things that we use as examples, EPL, PSL, became great marketing products overnight. So I think we have to be patient with ourselves. And I think we have to be honest with ourselves and set decent targets. So if in year 1, this is what we're doing, then let's do it. If year 5, like you have a vision 2020 for what you want to do on the ground, 2022, sorry, for what you want to do on the ground, I think we can plot together the same thing for what you want to be in the media space. And I think we're open to having that conversation as Vision View. And we're just here to support and to help the league grow like we've helped in many other things. We support a female boxing promoter, by the way. So and we host her, and her husband is a trainer. So we're involved in sports, I think, holistically as an organization, and I think in anything that's starting that has a great outlook and future, we want to be there. So we're here.
Well, from my side, I think I would like to also start with Sisimbali. She talks about women's boxing, and I relate to that story because I've covered some of her events, because one of the questions that I've always had with women's sport is that we need to take it away from being a women's month event, that it becomes a 9-month event, and I'm happy that now from having this under-20 tournament, COSAFA next month is also having an under-17 tournament, so that we can start to talk about women's sporting events throughout the year, you know. And you know, it's also a challenge, and I know that to some of our colleagues is that development sport, women's sport, is perceived as not being fashionable. You know, you will find that even within PSL, other teams also complain that the focus is always on chiefs and parades. But it's my belief that you make your story fashionable through the information, and I would appeal, especially to SAFA and the regions and the teams, that our stations, as I had said, we have about 15 stations that are on air every day. They've got an hour every day. They need content. You know, they need content, and the content doesn't have to come from the top, the SAFA National Office. It needs to come from the regions. And I'm taking a team like Tutash Academy. They've got Mungana Lonene, they've got Pala Pala FM, and they've got Tobela FM. And all those stations, every day they've got a 1-hour show, and they've got bulletins throughout the day. Now, we're not talking about rights here. there's no rights for news. You need to market your events. So I would appeal for that close working relationship, especially for the 12 teams that are going to the field on Saturday, and also for the SAFA office as well, especially when they'll be going outside Gauteng, to have that relationship. And also I'd like to answer Usis Ndambi. We do have an editorial policy at SABC Sport, and part of it caters for exactly what you were talking about. And you know that we're always there. But one other appeal that I have is that the officials, some sports officials have got a tendency of picking certain stations and not making themselves available for certain stations. And sometimes that creates a relationship that is not going to be so good going forward. So let's try and treat, we know that some media houses are not equal, but let's try and treat them equally, and the support in return that you'll be getting will also talk to that.
I recently saw a picture of the Soweto Ladies Club on the NPSL, NSL, NFL, FPL Facebook page. And they were wearing a jersey that had Pastor Romagna written on the front. And that picture is from the 90s, and I remembered that I actually raised that sponsorship for the Soweto Ladies Club from a restaurant that was based in Bloemfontein. And before you say anything, I didn't charge any commission or anything. The sponsorship, and actually it allowed them to travel. Their first trip across our borders was to Swaziland, and I accompanied them there as a journalist for the Sowetan newspaper, and it was enabled by that. And I was surprised that as early as in the 90s already there was a small restaurant in Bloemfontein that was willing to sponsor ladies, or as they were called then, a women's football team. And these days women football is still struggling for sponsorship. So I think there is a need to tap into those. And Sis Ntambi, what you said, the page with women's sport in City Press, it came after a long fight. I fought for a long time that it was not kosher to have a page with women's sport only in August, only when August came. And I insisted that we need to have a page at least because City Press used to have 8 sports pages and now they have 6. So I insisted that at least one of those pages must be filled with women's sport of different sports. And if there was a big story like the national teams, Banyana, the netball, they deserve to be on the back page like all the other big sports. And unfortunately, and I'm glad that, as you were saying, that I was no longer hands-on this month at City Press because I have left City Press. On the 1st of September, Sibusiso Mseleku Sports is going live on all the media, social media platforms, and it's a digital platform, and we are going to cover a lot of women's sport on that platform. And I would like to, as the president said, appealed. Also, another pillar that I know that we need a lot of investment on the National Women's League. But here, one of the panelists here earlier on, I think it was Sis Nomsa, who spoke about the feeder system, she said something very strong that women who are in leadership positions, they must open doors for other women and create opportunities, because I have found that sometimes, I'm sorry if you'd be offended, that sometimes women tend to be their worst enemies. And the pull him or her down syndrome that exists more especially in our black society, I find it very prevalent in women, that once they are up there, they tend not to pull the other young up and coming women up so that they can reach the same level. And also for the feeder system to be successful, Mr. President, I think SAFA must insist, as it is in Vision 2022, that all LFAs in their leagues, they must have both male and women, men and women teams in all the divisions from the junior ages upwards. And also I will appeal to the society that we need where there is something that played a very good foundation in sports developments in the past, besides the schools. We used to have locally based sporting clubs. I think we need to revive those, a community sporting club that will promote different sports. And in those community sporting clubs, we need to have both men and women teams in all sports codes. Thank you.
Just to respond to you, no pressure on me, but I will definitely deliver the message home. I think it's a wonderful idea, and it's not impossible, and I think it's time that we do it. So I would definitely carry the message home. And I just want to say it's just such a wonderful time to be alive right now. It's just such a wonderful time to be a woman right now. For the longest time, I've always had to apologize for maybe my approaches, my ideas, trying to do things differently. And I finally feel like I don't need to apologize anymore. I'm a woman, I'm proud of being a woman, and I'm proud of being a woman in sport and in media. So I just want to say thank you so much to Dr. Jordaan and Sriya for this initiative and the launch, and I wish you all the best with this venture, and I just want you to know that you do have our full support.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists for your time, your words, and your commitment. And I know we're going to be seeing you at the Nike Center, ne?
Yes, it starts tomorrow. We are attending the press conference.
Nice.
And please, and I appeal, packaging is also very important. Packaging of information. I know that there's a provision for 2 foreign players in each team, and Mesu, I'm already thinking about Vinkumbo, the Malawian player. She comes and plays netball here for a netball professional team, and then plays for a football team, because she did it recently in the COSAFA. She came from the Netball World Cup, playing for Malawi, and she came to represent Malawi. So I'm not saying I'm an agent. So if there's a player or there's a club that needs her, so make it happen.
Thank you so much. Let's get a photograph of our panelists here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a very productive day and a wonderful program, and we'd like to thank everyone for having been a part of it. We're just going to wrap things up now with the votes of thanks, just highlighting some of those individuals that played such a key part in putting this very first Women in Sport conversation together. So delivering the vote of thanks, we've got the Chief Director from the Department of Sports National Active Nation, Ms. Priscilla Masisi, who'll be telling us and saying thank you to all of those individuals. Round of applause as she comes up.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank everyone and to say it's a great pleasure and honor to be part of this event, to be amongst women, phenomenal women in sport, who have made a great impact in our society, who have defied the gender stereotypes, and who have also taken, okay. Yes, I'm saying it's a great honor and a privilege for me to be amongst the women in sport, phenomenal women in sport, who have taken and defied gender stereotypes, social norms, and are inspiring role models in our society. I would also like to congratulate Banyana and the netball team for making us proud as a country. And also, I want to say in closing that as government, we take this sport as we take it seriously, and we acknowledge it as that it's a part of our social cohesion program, hence it's part of our NDP, and also saying that sport is a nation building and is a social cohesion for our society, and that through sports, it's only through sports that we can have or unite as a society. I also say, as a department, we have different programs that we are working on, in sports development. So we've got rural sport, we've got community sports, and we've got a school sport. And under school sport, we've identified 16 sporting codes that you want to prioritize on. And women football is one of those priorities. And to that end, we also have provincial teams in all the 9 provinces across the country on the under 15 and the under 17 teams that we are also doing with the Department of Basic Education, and all the federations are involved in that. I would also want to thank Tsogo-san for sponsoring this amazing venue, M-Sport for partnering with SAFA for preparation of this breakfast and beautiful deco, Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts and Recreation for partnering with us, Carol for the outstanding facilitation today, and all the panelists and the knowledge they imparted today with us, Pastor Matebula for blessing this event, all media who made themselves available today, and special thank you to Vision View for partnering with us and live streaming today's event. All the MSCs of sports who attended and contributed today, SASCOC leadership, presidents of all federations, presidents present, SASOL National Lotteries, COSAFA, and CAF representative, Laleja for flying in their director of women's football and partnering with us. Lastly, I would like to appreciate SAFA for hosting us today under the leadership of Dr. Denny Jordan and Ms. Leria Ledwaba. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priscilla. Job very well done. That brings us to the end of the formalities for today. It's been a very visionary event. I'd like to say a big thanks to all of you for being a part of it. The very first Women in Sport conversation. Hashtag It's Up to Me. A big thanks as well for getting involved on social media, using that particular hashtag and talking about the important conversations here. I think we've all agreed that yes, we're continuing the important conversations, but following on from this, it's time for implementation and it is time for action. Thank you all so much. The members of the media, I know some of them will be grabbing some of you to conduct their media interviews. So thank you so much for being a part of that. For those of you that are parked at the mall, please make sure that you get your ticket validated downstairs on the ground floor for that parking. Thank you all so much, and yeah, we'll see you on Saturday.